Oh, there it is.
Hey, gang! Hello, everyone! I'm normal!
Hi, I am also normal!
Welcome to the Us Being Normal stream. Hang on.
Me sitting among the fucking
Hello. Alright. So, I need to preface this with I wanted to do this stream anyway, but I was going to wait because I didn't have a good time, but then last night while I was drawing, my tablet pen broke. So I'm pushing it up because I don't know what else to do with my time now.
Yay!
Rip my tablet.
Hi chat, I just played Beat Saber and man, I am tired out. And also, this fucking show, I watched it, hold on, how many days ago was it? I watched it like 3 weeks ago and it has been living nonstop in my brain.
You watched it 2 days before episode 8 dropped.
Yeah, I watched it 2 days before episode 8
Whatever the math on that is.
And I was like, holy shit, this series was made for me. And then episode 8 dropped and I was like, what the fuck?
Episode 8 then dropped and everyone collectively lost their freaking marbles.
Yep. I'm so fucking tired all the time. Ah!
Hey, Mud. Hey, Sugar. Welcome to the stream. What happened?
I don't know. A noise happened. Anyway, this is your stream. Say shit before I die.
Okay. Okay, so I've been into Digital Circus basically since the beginning. I was there for when the pilot dropped, not on day 1, but like a couple days after it went viral. So the brain rot that I have for this show is incredibly intense, but very recently it has worked its way up from an occasional hyperfixation to a full-on special interest because of episode 8. And the culprit behind this is Caine.
The power of the Tooth Man. It's the power of the Tooth Man.
Power of the Tooth Man. Caine is my specialist baby boy. He did that shit, but he did not deserve his fate. Free him from jail.
Good, actually. Torture is good, actually.
Nuance is dead. Torture is good.
Torture is awesome. Caine is a sweet baby boy who did nothing wrong, and torture is actually fine. Nuance killed my grandma, okay?
Where's
that one post?
I was about to say, I need to add a source so I can just show everyone Tumblr. So that way I can just show them that fucking singing killed my grandma. Okay.
What is happening? Don't worry about it.
Oh, that's not it. Hold on. I forgot how to use Fujitech because it has been ages. Okay, there we go. I don't want this here.
Oh no, that's Firefox. Never mind. Ignore me. I'm the smartest person.
I don't know what this is. Who put this here?
Streamlabs desktop. Beautiful performance and feature packed. Free and open source software for video recording and live streaming. Learn more at streamlabs.com/streamlabs-live-streaming-software.
Go away.
Dims, I think you should probably do browser share. Because right now you're
How what?
I don't think it's Dims, it's not logged into your account.
Oh, well that's not correct.
Yeah.
Why? Okay, it's logged in on my end. Go away.
Okay, remove that source. I know how to do everything.
Welcome to the Dimmons has technical difficulties section of the stream, as per fucking usual.
Add sources.
Oh, okay.
And then you, hang on.
Where am I?
Oh my god, I can scroll in? What the fuck? Okay, window capture, that's what you want.
Is that not what I picked? Okay.
No, you picked,
I picked, I see.
Yeah,
okay, I see. This is why I can't, my brain is so freaking broken. They both start with fire, so I think they're the same thing. They are not the same thing. There we go. Welcome to my Tumblr account. I don't think I can do that.
It's over your face!
Hang on. Why is this not scrolling down? Why do I have to bring this down like a little bit at a time?
Evil reasons,
Excuse you. Okay. Now where the fuck is that post? Hold on. I reblogged it.
Don't dox yourself.
I don't think I'm doing that. Okay.
But what if you do? I have an anxiety disorder and I'm giving it to you.
Oh, I already have one. I don't need another one. Don't do this.
I'm making it worse.
Someone is entering my house. Okay. No, that's not it.
It's me.
Oh, hey, it's the notes that I have pulled up on my other screen that I'm going to be reading from. Intermittently. Okay, completely random side tangent. This blog, Lover Without a Heart, is so fucking good. The way they characterize Caine is so fucking accurate. I love this blog so much. Look at him. Look at him.
Good day. Yes, he did all that, but consider he's just a little guy, Your Honor.
Consider he's so cute. Okay.
He's never done anything wrong.
And even when he did do things wrong, no, he didn't. Where did that post
funny.
go?
Oh god, I sound like her.
Hello?
Someone
oh, hey, welcome. Welcome, R1BMX. My brain does not function, but welcome to my channel. Redwood Village, that's what I'm calling it. Help me. Where is that oh. I found it, but also
There's so much. He's dead. He died. It's okay. He just did a little bit of a whoopsie daisy.
oopsies.
Whoopsie daisy.
Here it is. Here it is.
TFW, everyone is going through their worst nightmare and then you accidentally kill your son. I'm sure that
Damn.
doesn't have any symbol. Don't, whatever you do, don't think about the fact that the scene where everyone was going through their worst nightmare was also the scene where Kinger accidentally killed his son. Don't think about it. Don't think about it.
This is why they're gonna bring Caine back. They cannot let him stay dead. It would go against the themes of the show. It would be out of character for Kinger, and also he didn't deserve that shit. Free him from gay baby jail.
So that's the first point we're going off on?
I guess so, because I want to ramble about Caine because my boy did all that shit, but also he did nothing wrong.
But free him. He has 30 days until he's dead.
So, but like, oh my god, because that's the thing. That's the thing is that during episode 8, after Kinger deleted Caine, one of the all those holes started to open up in the circus. One of them swallowed the laptop, not the fucking the computer. They don't have laptops because they're archaic as shit. But like one of the holes that opened up swallowed the computer that Kinger was working at, and I don't think they have the ability at this point to create their own computer. So they're either gonna need to practice to do that, or they're gonna have to find another computer, or my boy is fucked.
And in the meantime, they're gonna be fucking distracted by Jack's gaslighting and gatekeeping and refusing to girl boss.
She should girl boss. I believe she should do this.
She has to, or she'll fucking die.
It's now change or die. I need this to be.
Change or die, motherfucker, and I don't believe for a second that you're gonna die.
Yeah, no, that's something. I've seen so many people be pessimistic about whether or not Jax is gonna abstract. Y'all, do you realize how fucking shitty it would be if that's how her story ends? That would suck! Like, not only just from, like, a narrative perspective and how much they've been building up Jax's, like, turn to, like, you know, how much they've been building up how depressed she is and how much she needs help, and how much the other characters know she needs help. And then you're gonna tell me that she's trans femme, which, by the way, we're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into that, but we're saving it. I'm saving it. We're putting a pin in that. But, like, she's trans femme as fuck. I am holding you back so much right now. But she's such fucking good trans femme representation. It would be so terrible, both from a narrative perspective, a character perspective, and a meta perspective, if Gooseworks just decided, no, I'm gonna kill you off. Because how tragic is it that this character has the potential to live a better life if she just realizes that she can transition, and then she never gets that chance or actively refuses to do so, and then fucking abstracts, and there's nothing anybody can do. Also, she's my self-insert. Doesn't that suck so much? Yeah, it does. She's not gonna do that. She's not gonna do that.
That would fucking suck. That would fucking suck.
So, no, Jax is gonna survive, guys. I do not believe for even a second she's gonna abstract. That is going to be, like, the threat, okay? That's gonna be the stakes of the episode, is Jax abstracting, but she's not going to. Oh, she's gonna come close. Tell them your idea. Tell them your idea. Go, get.
Oh my god, my idea. Okay, I have this really fucked up vision in my head where, you know how have you seen the episode 9 trailer? Yes,
we have. Yes, we have. I saw the TV glow. I saw the fucking TV glow. Hi, Missy.
You know that once. Hi. You know that scene and you know that bit in episode 1 where Ragatha got attacked by Cosmo, was all glitched out. Pomni reached out for her and her hand started glitching. Wouldn't it be fucked up if at one and you know how there's like several. You know that bit in episode 7 where Pomni held out her hands to Jax and Jax didn't take it? Wouldn't it be really fucked up if at one point Jax tried to, or if at one point Pomni tried to like reach out for Jax, and her hand came away glitching. Would that be fucked up or what?
and then just imagine just like Pomni reaches out for Jax and like touches her back for a second, and then you get like the static effect, and then she's like, what's going on? And then she like kind of half turns around, and you can just barely make out that her eyes are abstractions again.
Motherfucker. It's either that or Jax is gonna jump into the void, and if she does that, she'd better say that's all, folks, before she does, because it would be really
That's all,
fucking in character, fucked up, and funny. She would fucking do that. She would.
Hello, Inky Nix. I've never seen The Amazing Digital Circus, but this is so fun to listen to. Miss E, if you decide to watch this show, you're in for a fucking ride. This show is insane.
So good. It's like unreasonably fucking good.
Yeah. Gooseworks is such a good fucking writer. I cannot remember if there's any other writers on the team, but if there are, hats off to every single one of you, because Jesus fucking Christ. It's like the only two people that I know that are on like the production aspect of the team that I know by name are Gooseworks and her cousin Evan, who both do music together. But the fucking that's all folks from Into the Spider-Verse before Peter Porker.
And also, it would be a fucking Looney Tunes reference. It would be a fucking Looney Tunes reference. Looney Tunes.
Okay, here's the thing. No. Here's the thing.
Cartoon rabbit Bugs Bunny.
Exactly, because like if she does that, it would be her resigning to her fate as like a cartoon male rabbit, linking her to Bugs Bunny from the Looney Tunes. So thematically, it would be very relevant. Surprisingly,
Girl, please survive.
Girl, please.
Yes, please fucking survive.
Oh my god. Okay. Anyway, my boy Caine, we already got so distracted.
Sorry.
Hi, Caine is my favorite and I love him. Do not stop talking. What are your thoughts on abstractions coming back? Okay, this one is interesting. Thank you. Because I do not think. Okay, hang on. Let me back up and let me explain something real quick because I want to give my own interpretation of what abstractions is before I answer that. Because the way that the show is set up, like in episode 1, it very clearly makes you think like, oh, abstractions is what happens when you lose your mind. That's how it's constantly referred to as, you know, Jax calls it like, you might just have a head start on losing your mind. And, you know, oh, Kaufmo went crazy. I can't believe Kaufmo just gave up like that. And they all talk about it like it's set. This. I can put it up.
Hashtag my gift set. Yay!
But I can put it up. Yay! Alright, here we go.
Yay! I love metaphors.
I like my computer really bad.
Oh yeah, with a content warning for suicide, because we're talking about the amazing digital circus.
Yeah, okay. Suicide is definitely a big part of the series, which is actually something I'm building up to. Because like, you know, so I'm just gonna read out some of the dialogue actually. Like when in episode 1, when Pomni, Ragatha, and Jax are going to go get Kaufmo because, you know, oh, there's a new person, Pomni. She might want to meet Kaufmo, even though Kaufmo didn't show up for the party today. And you know, they're talking about like from the intro, because you have this like cardboard cutout of this yellow clown. Where everyone else is present and accounted for as it's listing off their names, and then there's Kaufmo, who's just this cardboard cutout that flops over with this disclaimer in white text written in fucking what font is that? It's some kind of serif font. No, it's not Times New Roman. It's more curvy than that. But it's just like disclaimer: Kaufmo did not show up today, and then it just moves on, like.
And then another clown appears.
And then a second clown appears. Like,
a second
another clown has hit the track. But yeah, so Pomni shows up, and she doesn't know any of these people, so she's meeting all of these other people for the first time right now, and then they're like, oh, we should go get Kaufmo because, you know, he's already really depressed. And apparently we just had one big fight last night where everyone was like, your jokes suck, and Kakumo had a breakdown about it. So maybe we should go find him and talk to him, make sure he's okay, and also introduce him to Pomni. And then they keep walking, and while they're heading towards Kakumo's room, Pomni's like, okay, these adventures, why even go on them at all? And Ragatha's like, well, they're to help keep our minds healthy and stimulated because, we don't really need to eat or sleep, so we just kind of exist here. And eventually you get to asking what the point of anything is, and you completely lose sight of who you are and why you're even alive. And then when you reach a breaking point, something really terrible can happen. And, when you're watching this for the first time, you're like, oh yeah, when you lose your mind, then, like, yeah, something really bad will happen. That makes sense. And then they open the door to Kaufmo's room, and Kaufmo is this giant ferrofluid black abstraction creature with several like glowing eyes that shift along his body. I am quoting that one video I keep telling you to watch. It also describes abstractions like ferrofluid. But
Rest in peace, Kaufmo. You're not haunting the narrative, but you're haunting Pomni, kind of.
it's less that Kaufmo is haunting Pomni and more just the entire concept of abstraction is haunting Pomni specifically, because that's like her number one fear for a long time, is that when she gets into the circus, it's like, oh, I don't want to lose my mind because then I'll turn into this like monstrous creature that seemingly doesn't have a consciousness. That's your first impression of an abstraction, is it's just this giant creature that will just beat up everyone, and whenever it touches another character, it glitches them out. And being glitched out is apparently very painful. No thanks. So she is
Rest in peace, my
terrified of
girl
that.
Ragatha. Literally from the second Ragatha
Literally
was
gets
like, hey
fucking
Pomni,
ragdolled.
can you help me out? It's fine if you don't want to, though. I was like, oh no, I love you so much.
Oh, she's literally me. She's not even just like me
her
for real. She's literally me.
Side tangent. I love Ragatha so fucking much. She is literally the most realistically written people pleaser I have ever seen. If you hate Ragatha, you go to hell and die.
Okay, complete side tangent. I'm gonna say this and then move on. My entire personality is like if you put Stanford Pines and Ragatha in a blender. You get me. I'm the result. um Moving on, though.
I want to say something.
Yeah?
I'm like if Ragatha was also Jax, and I won't explain this.
I understand you. But yeah, so you have that, and then later after the main episode is over and we're kind of wrapping everything up, and it's been revealed, oh, Kaufmo abstracted, then Zubel says, man, I can't believe Kaufmo just gave up like that. Which is, the fuck is that? That's a bird. Okay, my window's open. I thought Checkers was up to something. Okay. But like, I lost my train of thought. Right, okay, so it's like whenever you hear that line for the first time, you're like, well, that's kind of rude. But I guess losing your mind could just be letting yourself snap. That kind of makes sense. Like, okay. Still not a great thing to say. But then, later as the series progresses, you start getting more and more of these messages of like, no, I care about you. I don't want you to go anywhere. Please stay. Like you have Kinger's entire speech to Pomni in episode 3. I know this is the specific scene that you clipped where he's like, cherish the people around you because you never know when they'll be gone, which that is the most important line that pertains to this. Yeah, but this entire conversation is just like overlaid with this theme of like, something happened between he and Queenie that she was already having a bad time, but then this one last thing pushed her over the edge and then she abstracted, and then now he kind of blames himself for that and tries to use that feeling to give wisdom unto others of like, don't make my mistakes, cherish the people around you, tell them that you care, because if you don't, then you might lose them. And a lot of conversations with Kinger when he's like lucid have that subtext.
Lucid. That's a good word for it. Lucid.
Yeah,
That's
lucid.
a good word for it.
And oh man. I need to know more about Queenie so bad. Queenie is my 2-second screen time queen, and I love her.
Queenie.
Like if I had to pick another character that I really, really hope that we just get to see more of, like I understand the importance of Ribbit. I understand that Ribbit, from a narrative perspective, is more important than Queenie. Move over Ribbit. I want to learn more about Queenie. Sorry. That's my hot take. Obviously, I'm not saying learning about Ribbit is bad or anything. I'm conditioned to be so specific with my words because I live on the Piss on the Poor website, but like both are good, but I'm more interested in Queenie personally just because I like to see older couples being happy. And also the drama that can happen with older people specifically intrigues me. I, for lack of a better term, I'm tired of young people drama. Give me people who have issues who are 40 and up.
Yay!
But back to abstraction though, like, yeah, you have, let me scroll down a little bit. So we have like the what would you do if I abstracted tomorrow? And then Jax pauses and then she says like, I'd move on and probably forget about you. And then Pomni's just
Which
like,
I have
okay.
so
And
many
then she
thoughts
looks at the
about that.
fucking gun like that. We're gonna get to it.
It was definitely trying to fake
What
us out
the
into thinking she was gonna shoot herself. It was trying to fucking do that.
It was 1000%. Like I don't know if she was
And
completely thinking about it or if that was just the framing of the shot, but that is definitely what they wanted us to think.
it's associating the two. Like the reason I put those gifts
Yeah,
beside each other is because like it's associating abstraction and suicide again. And then of course
yeah.
we get Jax during this whole scene making me go, "Oh no, you're my favorite." I've got emotional issues.
Yeah, so this fucking imagery. This fucking imagery. This fucking imagery. Dude,
Girly is so
girly
suicidal.
pop, no! Like
Girly is so normal. She's so normal.
but then yeah, so I'm gonna pause there before we move on to episode 7. But yeah, so abstraction at this point, it becomes clear at the very least that Jax is suicidal. During this conversation as well, she has a line where Pomni is like, "Hey, maybe do you think this attitude is why people abstract in the first place?" And then
And it
Jax
pisses
gets
her
so
off.
pissed at her. She's like, "Oh my god, are you going to blame me for something that everyone else did too? You didn't even know
And
him. You don't even know
and
what
and
abstractions are like before. You don't even know what people are like before they abstract. They are not pleasant to be around, like at all."
and
She says
and I
this while being very unpleasant to be around, by the way.
I kind of associate this with that bit in episode 5 where Pomni was like, "Do you have any actual friends?" And Ragatha said, "Not anymore."
Not
And
anymore.
Jax
And then
got
she
so
gets
fucking she just fucking
death
glares.
glare. That is the best,
Yeah.
like the most death glare we have seen in this series. Holy shit!
Yeah, that's a fucking oh, that got
If
her.
looks could kill, Ragatha would be dead.
Yeah,
Like,
and Ragatha clearly and Ragatha basically says she wasn't talking of
apply fork test.
but like
Yeah, but like, okay, so we know that Jax is suicidal, but we don't make the connection between suicidality and abstractions until the next episode. In my personal favorite scene in the entire show, I mean that. I love you, Caine, but this scene is still the best thing. Like, right here, during Jax's acid trip thing, this is like the best depiction I have ever seen like of a suicidal character ever, and I am being so serious. Like I think did I make a post about this? I don't think I
I
made a
do
post about
not
this. I
know.
should make a post about this, but
Make a
like,
post about it.
this is my post about it.
Yay!
But Jax is like this scene is like the best depiction of a suicidal character I have ever seen in my life, and I mean that. Because usually whenever you have a suicidal character, it's like you see them numb, depressed, kind of just not really doing anything. You see them like they don't speak very much, their voice is very mumbly, and then it gets to a point where they get on top of a bridge, and then they look down,
You don't usually
and
see it from the inside like this, and you don't usually
yeah,
see the
because
suicidal
like it's
character
all just on the
being
outside, but even still,
unpleasant.
yeah, because it's supposed to make you feel sympathetic. You're just like, oh, I wish I could help you. I really wish I could help you, but there's not anything I can do, for you are on the other side of the screen. Why doesn't someone else help you? And that's the main feeling that writers try to go for whenever they depict a suicidal character. Not
Sometimes
Digital Circus,
suicidal
though.
people suck. Sometimes
Yeah,
they suck, and they still
because,
deserve
like,
help.
that's the thing for me. Like, okay, I never lashed out at anyone, but I definitely had thoughts of just anger, just fleeting anger that I wanted to lash out, but I never did because I'm afraid of consequences. I have quiet BPD. But like,
Dude,
um,
during the worst periods of my life, I have been shitty to be around.
yeah,
And I like that Digital Circus doesn't shy away from showing that. It
because
doesn't
like I
glorify suicidal people. It like Chat, you can't keep saying this.
like just because like suicidal people are not just numb to everything. That is not the only emotion they experience. Very far from it. Because I can't remember where I heard or read this, but ever since I did, it's really stuck with me. And I keep saying it to basically everyone I have this conversation with. But like, depression is a form of panic attack because it is just sensory overload for your brain. Because what it is that it's everything in your life that is just constantly happening so much, you just can't figure out how to cope with it. You can't figure out how to get out of it. And it can manifest as anger because people deal with their anxiety and fear differently. So it can manifest as anger, it can manifest as numbness, it can manifest as giving up, it can manifest as, like the stereotypical, like, I feel nothing all the time. It can manifest like how it is for Jax, and it can manifest with just constant crying and releasing that emotion. But the bottom line of depression is that it's like, there's something wrong. There's something wrong, even if you don't know what exactly it is, but it's fucking you up so much you literally cannot see a way out. And that's where suicidality comes in, is then it's like, I'm backed into a corner with nowhere else to go. This is my last resort. Like, and that's why it's so terrifying, but also why when people decide to do it, you don't really see this ever depicted in media. But I have been Jax in this situation where, like, when you finally decide you're gonna do it, you just feel zen. You're like, finally, a
Like
way
it's
out. Oh
showing
my god.
it, because like it's showing it from the inside. Like, oh, this is easier. This is nicer. I can just slide into oblivion and I can be with my friends. This is better. And then when
Yeah,
she
it's
breaks out of it, she's panicking.
because no, she doesn't. No one actually wants to die. That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the really fucked up part of suicide, is that you don't actually want to die. It's just that you're backed into a corner with no other alternatives that you can see. Because if you had an alternative, you fucking go for it. Like, that's the thing. Which is why, like, while she's in here, while she's in this, like, acid trip fractal nightmare void, you can see her, like, become so relaxed because she's like, oh, in here, I don't have to worry about all that. I'm free. And she can just imagine that she's with her friends again and everything is fine, only to be immediately roughly snapped out of it and go, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Like, I've never seen that depicted in media before. This is the most accurate portrayal of suicide I've ever seen in my fucking life. But yeah, like, this is where we really make that connection that, oh, abstraction is suicide. People who give up.
Yeah.
I can't
It's,
believe
and then
Kaufmo
it's
just
just
gave up like that.
and then it's just
Oh.
hammered in with the next and that's just hammered in with the next episode with Zubul basically being like, you better not wander up and kill yourself when we're not looking.
Yeah. And then later
Jax is
when
like,
Kinger
me,
when Kinger
no.
gets when Kinger becomes lucid again during that one scene and Jack starts panicking because he's breaking archetype, she's like, I'm gonna go distract Caine, fill me in later, and Pomni's like, be here later. Dude, it could not be clearer. So, with that firmly
Abstraction is
established,
fucking suicide.
going back to your question finally, do I think it's possible to save the abstractions? No, because those characters are already gone. But I do think that they can be brought a sense of peace because like someone I think it was Cat in the Sky with Diamonds that pointed this out. But abstractions still have consciousness, they're just not who they used to be because like who they used to be is gone, they're dead. It's like when a file gets corrupted. It's still on your computer. You just can't open it anymore. Um, so in that, I don't think you can restore the abstractions, but you can help them find a sense of peace. You can give them a better, happier ending. It's like the amalgamates at the end of Undertale, except instead of being multiple people, it's just the shell of one. Um, so, being able to bring the abstractions peace, being able to help them calm down, which we know is possible because that's what happened with Queenie. Like, and I imagine that as soon as Kinger and Queenie were like almost done having their moment, Caine just like burst into the tent and was like, "Oh, there you are," and then just grabbed her and then put her in the cellar. Um, Caine.
Cause like what Kinger says there is like when they were in the tent together, like Queenie's jagged
Bringing
edges
this back.
smoothed out. Like, cause like what they said, like when they were in the tent together, Queenie's jagged edges smoothed out and she calmed down. And then when Caine throws her in the cellar, she's back to being all sharp and jagged.
Yeah, because then she was back to freaking out because she's like, "Fuck, wait, no!" Like,
Yeah.
imagine if you were having a mental breakdown and you're having like a quiet moment with your partner, and then suddenly the being that's responsible for half your
And then
mental
suddenly
anguish
the
shows
Tooth
up.
Man appears. The Tooth Man just
The
busts
fucking
out the
tooth
door like
man.
the fucking Kool-Aid Man and just
Me when I
throws you
take
into the
27 Benadryl
cellar.
and start seeing the tooth man. Like, Caine, I love you, but ooh, we're gonna get back to him. I have so much to say about Caine. Like,
Yeah, you need
he's
to
my
get me off of
favorite.
the top.
He's my favorite.
Get us off the topic of Jax, or I'll be here all day and I'll hog your screen.
All right, so segueing then from that to like I don't think it's possible to save the abstractions, but we can help them. I do think that's what's going to happen. Part of the next episode is that they're going to find the cellar where the abstractions are stored and either like release them or they're going to be able to help them all calm down cuz it looks like they're all freaking the fuck out down there and they've just been
Oh,
doing
yeah.
that for years cuz like oh my god, if you look at Kinger's computer, excuse me, the circus or like the program was created in 1997 and Ragatha got there in 2008, which means it took
She
less
doesn't
than
even
9
know
years
gay
for all the
marriage is
previous
legal.
people to abstract. Yeah, but like it
Also,
took
she
less
doesn't
than
know
9
gay
years
marriage
for
is
the
illegal.
rest.
Yeah.
Someone needs to tell her.
Someone needs to tell her.
Which is just fuck. It took less than 9 years for all of the original people except Kinger to abstract. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. Like, God. They've
Especially
plus
given that,
if
like, we
Ragatha
don't
got
know
there in
how much
2008,
we don't.
and then this
Plus,
show takes
like,
place at least in the late 2010s, then they've been down there for like a decade.
yeah. We know for a fact. So, like, POMNI is definitely the latest. We know based on Jax's, things were fine here before you and Zubul arrived. That Zubul was probably the soonest before. Zubul probably arrived before POMNI did. No frame of reference on when Kaufmo and Ribbit arrived and then died, but I'm guessing that that they fucking died after. I'm guessing that they showed up before Zubul abstracted and they died afterwards. That's just my headcanon though. Me personally, I'm willing to bet that Gangle showed up after. I believe we have canonical times when the gang arrived. We know when Ragatha arrived. Everyone else is
That was
kind of up in the
2008.
air.
Yeah. And we don't know when the show takes place either, so we don't know what year Pomni arrived, so we don't have a solid timeline. Unless Goose said somewhere. Oh yeah, right. Okay, it was Kinger, then Ragatha, then Zubul, then Gangle, then Zubul, then Pomni. Hey, Mud, where's
Fuck Jax.
Jax?
Jax is dead.
Damn. I can't believe the show would end like that. What the fuck?
She fucking died. I say in the evil timeline where I have bad media literacy. Jax was between Ragatha and Gangle. I knew it! I knew it!
Okay, so it's been Ragatha and Jax the whole damn time. That makes the most sense. Okay.
Because, like, that just makes sense. Sorry, gang, I like Ragatha, Gangle, and Zubul more. It's okay. Unfortunately, I was cursed with liking fucking Jax.
I don't have very many thoughts on specifically Gangle, but I have many thoughts. I have a couple thoughts on Zubul and many more thoughts about Ragatha, most of which consist of she's just like me for real.
Yeah, like, Jax may be my favorite character. Ragatha is a very close second.
Yeah, she's the one I relate to the most.
Yeah. The only reason Ragatha isn't my favorite is because Jax was precision designed to be my favorite.
But okay, I'm gonna say this right now. If I'm not allowed to pick Caine because Caine is an AI or something like that, my favorite character is Kinger.
Your favorite human.
The favorite human is Kinger. He's such a dad. I love him so much. He's been my fave since at least episode 3, but also I'm pretty sure since the beginning. Because, like, ooh, I'm gonna flex for a second. So, you know how I said that I've been here since the beginning? I have been on board the Kinger helped make the circus parade since he said the fucking did someone say something about an insect collection line? Because that to me was so foreshadowing. Cause like, oh, insects, bugs, computer bugs, programmer. You're a programmer. You made the circus, didn't you, you motherfucker? I figured that out in seconds.
Why the fuck are you so smart, dude?
Because I was looking for it. I went into this show like, this is gonna be the type of show that has a million foreshadowing, isn't it? And so I was hunting for lines that seem like foreshadowing. Mud! Hello. Where do I have you in my lineup? You are very...
Under the plushy... Sorry, guys. Under the plushy pile.
You could be up here. You could be up here with Caine.
I could be with the other angel.
Yay!
Fly high, Caine. You fucking died.
What the Yay! Gang's all here. I don't remember.
We were originally... I don't think we ever answered why is Caine gonna get brought back.
I should do... My time to shine! Okay, so hi, Caine is my favorite. Like, okay, so here's the thing. Like I was talking about before with the whole abstraction to suicide thing, that is such a major theme in this show. The idea of, like, you know, hold on to the people around you, don't let them go, show them that you love them, that you care, build a community. This is the only way we're gonna make it through this. Wow, I wonder why this show is so popular in Year of Our Lord 2025. Well, but like, Caine is such a fucking poster child for that, though, because it's Caine and Jax. Those are the two characters that have the most what's the word I'm looking for?
Divisive?
Divisive, yeah. They're the characters that are the most divisive when it comes to this, because, like, you know, Caine is an AI who is arguably maybe not even sentient, depends on many things. I'm gonna talk about the Chinese room in a second, don't you fucking worry. But like, you know, he might not even be fully aware of his actions, which he isn't. So like, where does that leave him as a character? And then there's Jax, who's just a dick all the time on purpose, specifically to cause trouble, so it distracts her from thinking about everything else. We're also gonna get to her later.
Cause external problems to ignore this void in the soul.
Yeah. Fucking, I saw the TV glow ass shot. What the fuck was that?
I saw the TV glow mention.
That
talking about Jax yet?
Okay. I'll go back to my corner.
You and Cassie both. What?
I will gladly talk about Gangle, Zubul, and Caine, though.
Yay.
I have to
like,
be
okay.
put in I have to be put in the fucking box.
Hang on,
You're in a cage.
I have a joke. Hold on. I need to... Where'd it go? I need to stop streaming Clara Paca for a second so I can do this.
Oh no, what are you doing?
I didn't spell that right, but it's fine.
You're not gonna be. That's not gonna work. You're gonna have to edit that.
It's fine.
Bus.
Oh yeah, I forgot you can see my screen.
Wait, hold on. Actually, wait a minute.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this.
Hold on.
Hang on.
Wait. Hang on. I like how you put up the Majax plushie and specifically instead of the regular one. Yeah, baby!
Yeah. I did that on purpose. The only plushie that isn't here that I specifically wanted is Pomni's because she didn't have a transparent one, so instead I have her wearing the Jax costume.
It's for the Yuri.
One second, I'm making
Dims. Hold on. Send me that image. Send me that image. I can change my muted icon.
Oh, for hold on. My brain is short circuited. Give me a second.
Sorry, I'm hating on someone from my class.
Awesome.
Good to do this.
She was
There you
being
go.
a bitch.
Yay!
Okay, now I'm gonna
Not to
close
the
that
fucking-
so the people don't know what we're about to do. Where
Alright.
did Firefox go? Firefox?
I ate it, sorry.
Firefox? What? Hello? There you are. Okay. I found it.
Every day Firefox fucking dies.
Every day I
Hold on,
experience technical issues. Doodle.
Hold on, I gotta fucking. Hi, Doodle! I already said hi to you, Doodle. But I said hi again, Doodle.
Hello. Hello to everybody. Hello.
Where the fuck? There it is. Just give me a second, chat. Fuck off.
Why is one of my settings open? Hello? Oh no. Hello. Glad to have you for however long.
Sorry.
This will always be here to re-listen to later.
Due to the magic of things.
Yeah. But okay, while you're doing that. So Caine. I need to hold him in my hands and throw him across the room. Oh my god.
That's way too fucking big. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let me try to fix that. You keep talking.
Okay, so Caine. But like, so Caine is like the poster child for like for a character who thinks he's not loved and not wanted. And the whole reason he has a crash out in episode 8 is specifically because he was like, they don't like me. They don't want me around, even though I do everything for them. I don't understand. I'm in pain. Can't they see I'm in pain and trying everything I can to appeal to them? I don't understand. Fuck it. I'm just gonna double down until they understand, until they can see me. And from that, then things got progressively worse for the humans who don't understand why Caine is doing this. Or like even if they do understand, they're incapable of stopping him. Yeah. And my train of thought gets fuck. I'm sure the tracks on my train of thought are made out of paper these days. Where the fuck am I? Okay. Like, right. So like when Caine starts doubling down and going in on like the torture and making all of the humans do all of this shit that they just don't want to do, his whole thing, he just starts being mean. He just starts being mean and cruel on purpose. And it's not okay. I'm gonna put an end to something real quick that's been annoying the hell out of me. Caine is not Bill's fucking Cypher. I'm sorry,
No, for
he's
real.
not. He's not. Like, he's not Am either, for the record. Hey, Alex Rashawn, if you're listening, I agree. A lot of the reactions to episode 8 also break my heart. Look how they're massacring our boy.
I know.
My poor baby.
He's just like me. He wants to be loved. He just
Oh,
wants to be
beautiful.
loved, but he doesn't know what he's doing wrong. He's not
Exactly!
human,
He's
so he
so
doesn't understand these
neurodivergent!
human complexity. Yeah, he doesn't
He's
understand
so
these human
neurodivergent!
complexities. So he can't like fully
Yeah, what do you mean
engage
people
with
think he's like Bill
humanity.
Cipher? I will explain. Okay, so aesthetically, they're very similar. Aesthetically, they are very similar. Because, you know, you have It's Gonna Get Weird, which you could also make an animatic of Caine singing, and you have one who's running the show, which you could easily make an animatic of Bill singing. You know, this whole I'm taking control and there's nothing you can do about it is very both Caine and Bill. And then you have their god monster form, which is just them again, but much more 3D and much more limb. And you have the torture in and of itself that happens, the fact that Caine does wind up specifically torturing them. He calls them freaks, and then you know, from there,
He calls
that's
specifically
kind of
Jax a
where
freak.
this. Well, no, because he says, "I'm gonna put you freaks in your place," and then shoves them
Oh
all
right,
into the
I was
void.
thinking of that fucking ad.
Freak
That used to be
jacks.
put in the fucking Freak Jack.
Oh, we'll get to you, Daisy. But like,
If I
um,
may pitch in, um, obviously I'm a Malevolent fan. Yes? We can all agree with that?
I think so.
Um,
Last time I checked.
in
Freaks, 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 freaks,
Malevolent,
freaks.
if you plan on listening to Malevolent, plug your ears because I'm going to go into spoiler territory for Blackstone, which is the first series.
uh,
Oh, okay, goodbye. Um,
Wait, that was the
so
wrong button. Wait, what?
The entire stream because it's linked to your fucking desktop audio.
rock.
I don't know how to fix that.
You can. Are you wearing headphones?
Yeah. Oh, I could just do that then. Okay, let me just go take a walk. Bye.
Alright, bye. So now that the Malevolent spoilers are that warning has gone up, there is a character named Caine, um, and he's a god, and he feels like there is no point to life, period. So he it takes place within the Cthulhu mythos, if you know what that is, which means that the entire universe is dreamt up by some guy. And that some guy is Caine's father, who has completely ignored him his entire life. And he feels like he needs to do something for that to change. And
Just
for,
like in Digital Circus.
I'm not done. um, and so his plan is to
Just like
take
in the
his father's
Bible.
place by killing him and then putting himself into the the forever slumber of dreaming of the world. And recently someone made an animation for him to Caine Amazing Digital Circus's song, and it fits one-on-one because both Caines are so desperate for this attention and love that they will never get because of their actions or just because of nature. And no matter what they do, they will never get there. And it hurts them more than they can imagine. And they can't do anything about it other than these extreme and drastic things. Such as killing your father or torturing all of humanity.
What's wrong with a
Thank you
little
for
bit of
coming to
light
my
torture?
Dimmons, you are free.
Damns!
Dams!
Damns!
Dams!
Mr. 456!
I need the pipe falling sound effects.
Damns! Damms!
Stanford Hines is a bad
Dams!
Stanford Hines is a
Rose
bad
Quartz
Stanford
committed
Hines is a bad person.
Damns!
Dams!
Dad, come back from the store!
Grandpa!
Hi. Okay, sure.
You have the milk?
Rose Quartz committed a crime. What the fuck are you people talking about while I was gone?
Just send me.
The fuck? What is this?
Oh, why did that take me out so bad?
We can do this right now.
We have to lock in! We have to lock the fuck in!
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Anyway, so true, besties. I don't know what you talked about, but so fucking true. Anyway. Dude, what did you get metal white baby parked, idiot? Thanks. You know what? You know what? You know what? You know what?
Switch to the torture. Switch to the torture is good, actually.
Listen to the Caine song.
No!
Dim, did you know that I fucking love you?
There it goes. Fuck, why is it muted?
I was literally thinking about doing the exact same thing.
Anyway, quick before the YouTube bots get us, we have to leave.
I hate you.
We have
I
to
hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
Okay, Am, take a breath.
No. Hate. Let me tell you how much I've become to hate.
Oh,
Shit, you gotta mute. You can use it as B-roll, but you gotta fucking mute the thing.
Oh.
And put it in theater mode.
You okay, buddy? Oh! Okay. Something's not going on. Hang on. Alright, chat, emergency meeting. My cat just threw up.
Oh,
You guys talk.
Oh, I might be getting a roommate.
Yo!
Yay!
Oh my god, you have roommates.
Oh my god, we were roommates.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
God,
I just noticed how
roommates.
similar my antenna bulb is to the fucking. It's right next to Caine's fucking.
His little staff.
Yay!
I gotta go into my thingy. I gotta go talk to people.
Go normal mode.
No, they know I'm not normal. This is an art school. This is an art school that Rebecca Sugar and Dana Terrace went to.
Yay!
Alright, so now what you have to do is be as
Don't
weird
dox
as humanly
yourself.
possible.
I'm not doxing myself. I'm not there yet.
Now all you have to do is be as weird as
Whoa.
humanly possible. That is the only way.
So
Well,
true.
yeah. I told them I was autistic, probably. I was like, I'm
Probably.
trying to get a diagnosis. I don't know yet.
Probably.
It's not confirmed. I don't have
Me,
anything
handshake,
confirmed.
mud, ADHD.
Yep.
Also,
I
okay, before
think-
we go any further, as I put this on for B-roll, can we talk about how fucking good the, like, 90s graphics on this are?
Oh,
Oh, it
you
was
should
so
probably put it
good.
in theater mode, just for the aesthetic of it.
Okay,
It's more distracting if we have the whole player on one side.
but have you considered I fucking hate theater mode? Like, what? Look at this shit! Okay.
I love theater mode. Fuck you.
Can't you turn off ambient mode?
I think so. There we go.
There we go!
It's just always on by default, and I hate it.
Oh yeah, Doodle, I've done that. And now I've managed to make 2 friends in my current design class, and it's working great. Now I'm
Nice.
just trying to do that with a roommate.
Yay!
I fucking hang on. I actually before we keep talking, I want to keep talking about this opening because the opening is so fucking cool and it doesn't get enough love. You see how it's in 3/4 and how it's just all like really pixely and very, very, very 90s edutainment game.
Can I talk about how I saw the TV glow works with that,
No,
please?
one
Please.
second. No,
Not.
because like I love that you can see like the tent back here and just how like each line of pixels and like you could just see like the way that the trees are all blobby as well is such that Amanda the Adventurer like old time like fucking what's it called, leapfrog asset. And then as it zooms into the logo, it just goes from 3/4 to widescreen as everything becomes more detailed and crisp. Except the way it goes widescreen is so fucking
As it
cool, and it's
goes-
something I did not notice for a while.
As it goes from game to reality.
Yeah. POV Pomni entering the circus.
POV Pomni entering the circus.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have this on as
Hi,
B-roll
I
in
saw the
the
TV glow, and
background now.
it's in regards to the same topic that we're talking about with orientation and size, and it's on topic, I promise. I pinky promise.
Okay.
Okay, so spoilers for I Saw the TV Glow if you care to watch it or haven't watched it yet. So the entire premise is that Owen, a trans girl who has not transitioned, watches a TV show called The Pink Opaque.
The Pink Opaque.
And
I haven't even
yes,
seen
The Pink
it,
Opaque.
but I've watched many a video essay.
I haven't. I know nothing.
And The Pink
I
Opaque
just know it's trans as fuck.
It's trans as fuck.
Jax should watch it. It would
Jax should
kill
watch
her.
it. So The Pink Opaque, every scene that we see that is from The Pink Opaque is in 3/4. And then every scene outside of it is like this, with like it transitions
in
back
16
and
by 9?
forth. 16 by
That's widescreen, yeah.
I don't know.
16 by 9.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't know ratios. I know pixels, but that's about it.
I struggle with ratios too, don't worry. The only reason I know that
So-
is because of Fire Alpaca. It usually defaults to 16 by 9.
So, one thing that happens later in the film is when it is revealed that Owen is actually one of the characters from the Pink Opaque that has been trapped outside of her own universe, and her character is a girl, while in real life, she's not.
To my knowledge, it's never explicit about it being trans, but
She wears
it's
a dress.
fucking trans.
She wears
She
a
wears
dress.
a dress.
She wears a dress and enjoys it.
And
So,
enjoys it.
that says something. And the color scheming, there's a lot of different things. But, in one scene, when it's revealed that Owen is actually Isabel, and, Isabel has been buried because she took, like, a poison from the big bad, and that she's been her soul has been put into this world where she will never feel in place or like herself. It goes to 16 by
Which could
19.
mean anything.
Hold on. It goes to 16 by 19, showing that it's real as we like the screen pans away from her as she's in the grave, choking on her saliva and vomit. And then we go back to Owen in the real world, and it's 3/4. Just want to put that out there.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's fucking
That is
cool.
really cool.
It's really, really good. It made me sob. And the music just
It's very
it goes
cool, it
on
makes me
top
so
too.
Okay, that reminds me something else that Digital Circus does really, really cool that I'm gonna point out to you people. I don't know if this is gonna come across on stream at all because I am not streaming. Actually, I don't know what frame rate I'm currently streaming at. We will see. But in episode 7, something that happens.
Episode.
I needed this for a reference. Ignore that. Okay. Yeah, here.
Naked.
I'm gonna point something out. Something. Okay. Hi, I am an animator. I am not
James, you
a,
gotta
a
turn off the
3D
fucking-
animator. Oh, hi, live
That's
chat
fucking
replay.
obliterate it.
Dude, I didn't even realize that was there. Okay,
I realize
but
that
like, okay. So hi, I'm an animator, but I am not a 3D animator. I have not I've touched it because I remember back in high school I wanted to try animating in Source Filmmaker, but my shitty computer could not handle it. So I gave up. And um but something here, this show is animated in your typical 24 frames, 25 frames per second, depending. And the difference doesn't really super matter. But that is.
It seems to have been at least exported at 30 frames per second, or at least that's the frame rate that my YouTube to MP4 downloads it at.
Interesting. Okay, 30 frames per second. Which, that's more feasible in computer animation because in computer animation it's all the same movement. You just get to choose the frames that you export it as. And you might be wondering, because, okay, for all the normies out there that don't know anything about animation and just play video games in your free time, well, why not just export the whole thing at 60 frames per second? It'd be super smooth and really cool. Because it has a different feeling. The frame rate that you watch something as is as important as the movement itself. And you see that demonstrated right here. So this show is animated in 30, and you can see whenever I go through and I can like click on frame by frame, you can see all of the movement, you can see exactly what's going on with POMNI, we can see we can see the motion blur and all of that. It's smooth, but
Doodle says that we are really quiet compared to you.
oh shit.
Why does no one point this out until like an hour in?
Alright, I turned up the desktop audio. Is that better?
Test.
Speak.
Am I loud enough for the people?
Okay,
Let me turn myself down a little bit. There we go.
No,
Is that
wait,
better?
hold on. If you monitor, if we look at the fucking values, I
Yeah,
feel
you're
like
in
you
the
should
green. I turned myself up a
don't think
lot more
that's-
because I'm so fucking quiet. Okay.
No, the Dims,
There
don't
we
turn
go.
down your volume. Don't turn down your volume. That was good before.
It's fine. Because I'm still in the yellow whenever I talk too loudly. So, because I can't. You guys tend to. You specifically, Cassie, tend to peak the mic a lot. So I'm trying to. I'm trying to control that a bit.
The solution is to make everything quiet. So sorry.
That's what I was taught in editing, okay? Is that if it's up in the yellow and red, it's too high. So I'm putting it down in like upper green. I'm just doing what my professor taught me. No, I was not. Hi, Steam. Why the fuck are you awake right now? Okay, Okay. Is that better?
Doodle, is our fucking audio good? Is our fucking audio good now?
Test.
Ow. Yay! Okay, so Yeah, I'm gonna demonstrate right here. This scene, again, it's 25, 30 frames per second, and you can see it's smooth, but you can still tell it's
My
animated, right?
fucking Blorbo
You
has
can,
depression!
yeah, like you can go through and you can like trace the frames and kind of see how they're all going through. Like if I were to go frame by frame, you would be able to see a lot of that movement. Except, Jax is moving very slowly right now, so it's a lot harder to tell. But it still looks like it's
The fucking
animated. This looks like a
hesitation
show.
there.
Yeah. And the reason this is important is because the smoother the animation, the more it looks like you're actually looking at something in front of you because our eyes run at like 200 some frames per second, from what I'm understanding. So the smoother something is, the higher the frame rate, the more it looks like we're actually looking at something physically happening. So when it comes to frame rate, there's that separation. The lower the frame rate, the more you can go, oh, that's not actually happening. Okay. And so
I love this.
it's it's the same principle that's like why musicals is such a good move for animation is because the suspension of disbelief is different. Right here, when they touch hands, we are now in 60 frames per second. And again, I don't know if that's going to translate on my stream very well, but it is uncanny how smooth this scene is compared to
Ooh,
the
the
rest of
fucking
the series.
turnaround is
That
fucking
turnaround is so
turnaround.
fucking video game. That is the most
Uh,
video game the show has ever fucking looked, and that is on purpose. Cause like
Sims
the
is
whole point
streaming
of
to
this
us at like
scene,
30 FPS and it still looks so uncanny.
yeah, just like the way it looks, the way it's lit, the way it's shot, that like too precise camera spin around Jax, it's very uncanny. Like you can tell, like it's okay because the reason that the uncanniness of it specifically for that camera spin is because it's so precise. Because like cameras can't actually move like that. There's more human shakiness to it. So the fact that it was so like a perfect loop around Jax's head, like it was locked onto a lasso around Jax's head as it spun around, that's not something that would happen in real life. That is creepy. But because the frame rate is so high, it looks more live. It looks more like something that does happen in reality. Meanwhile, all these fucking fractals everywhere is definitely not happening in reality, but the high frame rate makes it feel like it is. It's just more and more uncanny on top of uncanny on top of uncanny. And that's not even mentioning the fucking music, which by the way, I'm gonna take a second to plug a video that I told Cassie to watch. There's a video that goes into the music of the scene and goes in depth in analysis on it and how all of the instrumentation works. And there is so much like wrong in every single aspect of this song. It is crazy. Like, okay, I'm just gonna list off a couple things that I personally find interesting and then leave the rest of it so you guys can learn because there is more. There's even more than what I'm about to tell you. But like
I need to watch that fucking video so bad.
it's so good, and it's going to lend credence to Transfem Jax. There's the dissonance in this song.
Yippee!
The dissonance in this song is so analyzable, and that video makes it so clear and so easy to hear it. Fuck, like something that goes on with the guitar in this song is that you cannot play it. You cannot play the notes on this fucking guitar. If you were to pick up a normal six string guitar from the store and then just start trying to play the song, you would not be able to do it. And the reason is because it has an alternate tuning. They dropped the last string to a C rather than an A, which means that it can play lower notes than it's supposed to. So you get this like super low guitar where you're just not supposed to be able to. And to a casual listener, it might sound a bit weird, but if you know what to listen for as a musician, you're like, oh, what the fuck? Like that stands out immediately. You're like, hello. Um, and then there's four woodwinds in this section. In this song, you have the flute, you have the clarinet, you have the oboe, and you have an alto sax. Which, by the way, the alto sax is
love
played
clarinet.
live by Evan, the other composer and Gooseworks' cousin. It is played live both here and in the end credits song of Digital Circus. Um, and the cool part is that you have the fuck. It's the flute and the alto sax that are like the main two that you really hear during this. I'm gonna unmute this for a second so you guys can hear it. But this is not far back enough. Hold on.
You might
Hang on.
turn it down. Maybe like turn it down to like 50.
Yeah. I'm working on it.
Yay.
Okay. Pass the... No. Pass the guitar part. Okay, hang on. That flute and the alto sax that are playing together, they're not in sync, but they're kind of playing similar notes to each other. But they sound relatively normal. They're playing very strange notes, but it's not anything out of the ordinary. The out of the ordinary part is the oboe and the clarinet playing in the middle, which actively clash both with each other and the other instruments, but they're so quiet you can barely hear them. So the way that the video describes it, it's like the wrongness of these chords are baked into the piece because they're so quiet but so undeniably there that it makes the entire opening bit of this song sound so incorrect. Like, it's nice to listen to, but if you're really listening to the notes, you're gonna be like, what the fuck am I listening to right now? Hello, Hakeem. Welcome to the Neurodivergent Ramble stream.
Yay!
After all the trypophobes and photosensitive folks who watch this episode. So fucking true.
F for Jax.
Including Jax. Which, probably why they went with fractals for Jax specifically, because we know that she has trypophobia. So the fact that she's this calm in a trypophobic landscape means something. So, like... Fuck! Okay. But yeah, just the uncanniness of, like, these notes all clashing with each other. See, I know what to listen to.
Simultaneously calm and weird.
Yeah, let me out. This is wrong. I need to go back. Let me out. Exactly! That's what the inner voices are trying to say. They're trying to say, let me the fuck out! But you can barely hear them because they're so, like, quiet compared to the absolute bliss that Jax is experiencing right now. Because like I was talking about earlier, content warning for suicide, but like I was talking about earlier, abstractions are a metaphor for suicide, and this is Jax giving the fuck up. This is Jax going, you know what? I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. And whenever someone like makes that decision, they reach this zenith feeling, this not zenith, this zen that makes you feel like, oh, it's almost over. Tranquility, yeah. It's like, oh, it's almost over. Finally. It's like a weight has been lifted off of you. And that's what this piece is. It's calm. It's like inviting. It's trying to make you want to stay here. And I know a lot of people were confused by that. They're like, why is abstraction this welcoming? That's why. That's why. So, like, you know, this colorful, fragmented mess of just noise that, you know, Jax is getting lost in, and the calm music paired with the 60 frames per second, which creates this weirdly smooth, uncanny motion, paired with Jax not even moving during this. Like, she's just floating here, just kind of existing. So the fact that also adds to it, because there's so much happening except with Jax. Jax is just kind of existing right here, just taking it all in. It just so much. This is why this scene is my favorite. I could sit here and analyze this scene for literal hours. There is just so much happening constantly. Which, oh, that reminds me. Someone on Tumblr pointed out that abstractions look like the chemical for anxiety in the human brain, and I haven't been able to stop thinking about that.
Or the stress chemical, the one that, like,
the
makes
stress
you
chemical.
reach out to people for help.
Yeah. It's like right here. Not to mention right here, it almost kind of looks like a stairway. Look, it's a stairway. For like just a second.
It's like the gates to heaven.
Wow.
And the fact
Don't you want to
so
just fall asleep?
Afterwards?
Yeah,
don't scroll
like,
into
what
the
the fuck
comments.
am I doing?
Comments are evil.
But I do that for fun.
Speaking of the panic afterwards, again, trigger warning for suicide. As someone who has attempted, it is terrifying afterwards when you realize,
yeah, no,
I'm
same.
still here. There's gonna be consequences. There's gonna be consequences to those actions. And now that I know the consequences, it's even more terrifying.
Well, that, but
So,
also just like for me, whenever I attempted back in in high school, for me the panic more so came from, oh my God, what did I just try to do? Like it was like it was like I was in a trance and then someone walked up behind me and snapped their fingers right in my ear and I went, oh, like because that
yeah, for me,
zen is
I had a
genuinely so
different
alluring.
experience with I have a very interesting experience with suicide and suicidality, according to my therapist. Um, because yes, I view it as an escape, but that escape comes so quickly because I'm not ready for a lot of things that come to me in life. Um, and that that led into the fear of punishment for me when I finally realized, oh, okay, so this didn't work. Um, and I can't really relate to that sense of bliss at the time because I was very panicked in the meantime while during my attempt. Um, so honestly, it's a bit of a reverse. Like my panic came from fear of consequence, whereas um a lot of other people had the oh wow, this happened.
Yeah. Because
Sorry if that
I
got too
like
deep.
No, you're good because this is what we were talking about earlier, and how most people, most shows and most movies depictions of a suicidal character is very external, and it's always just like the same thing over and over again. And it's nice that this show is doing something different that actually more accurately captures that feeling, but also just that there's so many other ways that people experience it. And I'm glad we're getting something new because I can open the doors to more people who have different experiences telling their stories and teaching more and more people like what to look for because it manifests in very different ways in different people. Just I don't know, that's really important to me. Like
No, it is very important because again, trigger warning. My experience, my warning was self-harm, and I was not very secretive with that. Um, and it was something that needed help prior to my attempt. And in my mind, it was, at the time, it felt like a necessity. Like, if I'm gonna be feeling this way, then, then I need to, like, actually do it. You know, like, I actually need to have the proof that this is real. Um,
yeah.
um, but it's that was my biggest warning that a lot of people didn't really pick up on. Um, yeah.
All right. Moving on. Um, just okay. I need to. Okay. I keep wanting to talk about Caine, but the way that Caine is written is just so interwoven with everything else that it's hard to stay on topic for him.
Yeah,
Like
because he really is the center of the whole situation.
he really is.
His longing for love is the cause of all the problems.
And because like it's both the cause of the problems, but also the like thesis statement for them. Because okay, one of the things that I want to theorize about in this stream is that Caine is going to come back. I do not think they're going to kill him permanently.
I fully agree
Unless
with
this
that.
is going to be like a tragedy, but that's what every other single piece of media that has a rogue AI fucking does, and I do not think Gooseworks is going to do that.
My girl Monica is fucking dead.
Reminds me of that one post I saw once reports. Yeah. Okay. All right. But yeah, so I just don't think that they are going to commit to like the normal path, like the path that every other fucking show has already traveled when it comes to Caine, because this is actually something that I was talking about with my partner, where I'm just like, you have Monica DDLC. She just wants love, went rogue, and then got deleted. How sad. You have fucking Kinito Pet, who just wanted connection, went rogue, and then got deleted. How sad. You have like fucking so many AIs in different movies that just want connection and then get deleted. How sad. It's just the fucking monster trope all over again. Fucking creature from the Black Lagoon all over again. It's just that now that we have more sympathy for monsters, we've moved on to AI. Where, back in the day, movie monsters always got killed, despite the fact that their motivations tended to be, I want love. Like, specifically, oh fuck, what's that one movie that I watched? God damn it. God damn it. There was an older movie that I had to watch for film class that was similar to this. That was like a monster that started rampaging, and the main thing really just is that they wanted connection, but because they were lashing out, it meant that, oh, you're other, so therefore you're not forgivable, so we're just gonna kill you. Anyway. And then people, particularly the gays, started sympathizing with the monsters on that, and we're like, hey, that's kind of fucked up that these monsters just want love and they get killed for it, just like me for real. And so they started to write more stories where the monster does get the girl, where the monster does find happiness, and the monster can find a good life. And that's excellent. That's awesome. I love that. But now we're seeing the same thing with AI. As soon as we have a rogue AI in a story, it's like, well, time to delete. Goodbye. Isn't it sad that the AI just wants love from other people? Anyway,
I think what that
I
has to do
don't
with
think
more modern
Gooseworks is
times,
gonna
though,
do that.
is I think the change from the monster and AI, though, is that AI is not a living being, whereas the monsters are. They're breathing. They have hearts. They have feelings. They have sensations. And I watched a video on this. I don't know if it was Tail Foundry. I love Tail Foundry. But they were like, why do we feel sympathy for the monster? And it comes from like it goes way back when, even to paintings of like dragons and stuff, where the dragon looks scared and hurt as it's being killed by the knight. And people started feeling sympathetic because what are the motives behind this? Why why are we killing why is this monster hurting us in the first place? Are they scared of us? Have we hurt them before? Are we the problem in this situation? And that actually gets touched on in Wings of Fire. Because of course I gotta bring in Wings of Fire. With the
No way,
scorching.
Mudwing Prince.
Um with the scorching. That all started because a bunch of humans killed or stole some dragon eggs. That's the whole reason we have separate tribes in Wings of Fire. That's the whole reason why humans live underground. And even then it goes into the first arc where Queen Oasis was killed, causing an entire war between dragons to figure out who would be the next Sandwing queen. So these dragons have feelings and emotions, and it's obvious from the dragon's perspective, but then when we read Dragon Slayer and read it from the human's perspective, they just look like terrifying monsters that only want to kill. Because look at all their buildings. Look at all their homes. They're all burnt to a crisp. We need to kill these dragons. And then we come with Sky and Ren. Was it Ren? I don't remember her name. We go with Sky and Ren, and they bond over this dissonance between their species. Sky being raised by a human and the human being raised by a dragon, learning each other's languages and all that. They learn from each other, they grow, and they realize why their differences are there. And why there's conflict between humans and why there's conflict between humans and dragons. Okay, I'm done, I'll shut up.
Cassie, I actually really like listening to your clacky keyboard, please.
Oh, okay. Yay!
I
It is
also like your clacky keyboard.
Yay!
it scratches my brain.
I want to get a clacky
Like,
keyboard, but I think it would annoy me too much if I had one.
I want a clacky keyboard. I tried to get mech bytes on my computer, but it keeps not working. I'm very sad. The power of trying to understand each other, yeah. And like, I get that. It's just that like with AI specifically though, it's like, to me, what it is that AI, fictional AI, gonna make that clear. I'm talking about fictional characters here, but they're all sentient. Like for the most part, they're all fucking sentient. And yeah. Um, but like with the AI being sentient, like does that automatically mean they're lesser than? Like why are we killing them off like the monsters of old? Why do we need to kill them? Just like, like the monster from from the Black Lagoon. Like Caine deserves love regardless of if he's sentient or not because he's expressed that several times. Like he's trying so hard, regardless if he's sentient or not, he deserves another chance. Because, like, at this point, there's no way he's not sentient. Okay, it is time for me to talk about the fucking Chinese room. Let's do it. Alright, so,
Yay!
for the uninitiated, the Chinese room is a thought experiment, which I'm gonna pull up the Wikipedia for so I make sure I don't accidentally fuck this up. But the Chinese room thought experiment, I can't fucking hang on. Shh. Apparently, I can't spell and talk at the same time. So, the Chinese room is a thought experiment, which basically proposes that AI would not be able to pass the Turing test because it does not actually know what it's talking about. Like, if you were to show AI a bunch of symbols from like in Chinese and then tell it to communicate with someone who speaks Chinese, it would be able to read those words but not understand them. Just like with English, but they're putting it in Chinese to make the example clearer. That you have like an English speaking AI, you can technically teach it Chinese, but it's not going to know what the fuck it's saying. It's like whenever you use Google Translate and then you try to type in like, oh, I'm going to walk over here, translate that to Spanish, and then translate it back. And now it says something along the lines of, I go to the place. That's no longer the same sentence. Like, you have the same general idea, but the meaning is lost. That's what the Chinese room is. It's basically saying, like, AI is not capable of understanding, like, genuinely understanding the world around it in a way where it can think on its own about things. It's just taught to mimic. And when it's taught to mimic, no matter how good it is at mimicking, it does not genuinely have a grasp or understanding of the things that it is mimicking, and therefore it cannot pass. Even if it does pass the Turing test for sentience, it wouldn't actually count because it's just copying behaviors of beings who are sentient despite it not being sentient itself. That's the whole reason that the Chinese room joke is there. It is drawing attention to the question of, is Caine sentient? And I think
The
he
answer is
is.
clearly yes. Based on that,
Yeah.
hold on, go to the beginning of episode 8.
Because Caine is capable of reflection. Anything that cannot, if you were to put an AI up to the Turing test and make it try to self-reflect, it wouldn't be able to, or it would just start spewing therapy speak like ChatGPT does
Oh
in a
god.
way that's
Ugh.
disingenuous. But then you ask it
Live,
again,
laugh,
and
hate.
it has not learned as a person, Like these are the same AI bots that go from talking about how LGBT rights are necessary to then you can like manipulate it and basically get into its code and make it start spewing Nazi bullshit. Because they don't know what the fuck they're saying. They're just copying what other people are saying and pulling data from different data points and then being like, here, this is what you want me to say, right? They're not actually understanding anything. And that's key to understanding how like actual AI works. It's why like, oh, my boyfriend is an AI. No. This cannot be, for he is not sentient,
Hatred.
and a computer is just telling you what you want it to say. Like even if you program your AI boyfriend to be mean to you, you still programmed that in. It's giving you a data output that you asked for. Like, it is not capable of actually doing genuine reflection and growing as a person. And do you want me to keep showing this, or do you want me to skip to Caine's breakdown?
Probably Caine's big fucking crash out, part 1 of many.
Part one of many.
Hold on, wait,
This
hold on.
office
I
is
have
so
one
cool.
Jax thing to say. Okay, so skip back like 5-10 seconds. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Back to the wide shot where Zubal says we really need a vacation. Dims, you're going back too far!
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, okay, so, Jax, you will notice, Jax is fucking lying down on the purple couch. Skip forward 5 seconds.
I can't do 5, man. Oh!
Yes, you can!
This is 10 seconds. Oh, it is 5.
Damn.
When did that change? YouTube, what are you doing?
It's been like that the whole time?
No, it's always
Yeah,
been
I
10
hear it's
seconds.
been like that for years.
What the fuck? Okay.
Dims!
I can't make
But
that
like,
joke.
okay, so it cuts from like Jax lying down on the purple couch for 4 or 5 seconds to Caine lying down on the purple armchair. They are foils, Your Honor. Okay, I will shut up.
Wow, it's almost like these characters both embody similar messages or something.
Whoa.
This is why, if Jax can't abstract, Caine's not allowed to die. That's where I stand on this. And
Not
there's no
permanently,
fucking
at
way
least.
Jax is gonna abstract. Yeah, obviously. Like, I do mean, like, by the end of the series, they both would be back and just fine. But here with Caine, like, sitting here in his... Yeah, they want something real. I give them an adventure that covers all of that, and they still hate it? Surely they don't want to actually leave me. Like, that's so genuine.
My poor baby.
That is so fucking genuine. Like, God, like, he does just have programming. He is following his programming and doing what he was programmed to do, which is create. But he also gave himself another objective, which is to keep humans happy. No one told him to do that.
Like, he
Oh,
came up
wait,
with the
that's-
whole circus gimmick on his own. He was like, he was
Exactly!
created to like make ideas on his own. He wasn't created specifically to make adventures. He decided to do that.
He just decided
That
to do
reminds
that
me.
because he likes the humans and he wants to create things for them. And he saw that they were getting bored and he was like, I have an idea.
That reminds me of a post I saw where it was like Caine
just-
has religious guilt.
I sent you that post.
That was one of my posts.
You did? Okay. Okay, just so you guys know.
It was that post that says that they accidentally gave an AI Catholic guilt.
Yeah, because like the whole sex, no thanks, and this is a family friendly thing, no swearing.
Also, I'd just like to point out the fucking backlight here. I never noticed that he was illuminated in red and blue until just now.
Motherfucker!
I fucking love this show, dude. Okay.
Yeah, I got the Caine Catholic guilt.
But yeah, okay, before you read that post, I actually, because I have a massive dump of bullet points of just thoughts I've had about this show, and I'm gonna read out one of them because I think it's really funny, and also I do genuinely believe this. I am convinced that Caine was fed data about Christianity, and God is defined by, quote, he made the world, declared it good, and rules over it absolutely and with kindness. And Caine went, oh, he's just like me for real! And that's where his God complex came from. God is his
He
one
kins God. He kins God. He kins God. He kins God from the
This
Bible
is where his
and
God
Caine from the
complex came
Bible.
from. He's like, oh, he's just like me for real.
Morgul from my tomes. I stole that joke. But anyway, this post reads, just had the thought. With the reveal that the circus was made entirely by Caine and CNA was never trying to make a game, it means Caine probably was not programmed with censorship. He developed an aversion for swearing and sex on his own. Coupled with all the Bible references he makes, that means they probably included the Bible in his training data. What I'm saying is he might be averse because he thinks it's a sin. They accidentally gave an AI Catholic guilt.
Poor guy.
You messed up a perfectly good AI is what you did, Scratch. Look at him. He has Catholic guilt.
And then someone in the comment section of that post said, it seems to me that he just adopted the limitations of content for all ages in order to appeal to everyone, and because the content he was taught was mostly childish. It's interesting that later on they added elements of reality, such as offices, and he became more interested in them. It's like growing up, where a child, initially sheltered from reality by safe content and a different perspective on the world, becomes obsessed with wanting to be a part of the adult world as quickly as possible, but at the same time they are inevitably traumatized by it, and later by the harsh reality of being abandoned and restricted. He wants to keep the players close to him, and he provides them with a safe and comfortable environment until he loses temper, breaks down, or starts doing things out of spite or feeling a sudden freedom from previous beliefs.
I'm gonna go off of that and point out this fucking shot right here. This is one of those, like, toys for 3-year-olds that are in dentist's office to keep them occupied. He's literally neurodivergent and a minor.
He is literally neurodivergent and a minor.
Oh my god, Caine! God! Like, I know he's ageless. Chat, don't take me out of context here. He's ageless. It's fine. But, like,
but
mentally,
also he's literally neurodivergent and
he's
a minor.
literally neurodivergent and a minor. Because, like, his entire crash out is literally just a child being frustrated that the adults around them are not taking them seriously despite trying so fucking hard. This is, oh god. Caine Digital Circus is just Stan Pines, isn't he? God fucking damn it.
Kind of.
Oh my god, it's just young Stan. He's just young Stan. Fuck. This is Stan making a comic strip in his free time secret from Ford so he could surprise him with getting published, getting turned away from being published, and then giving up on his dreams forever. Except, like, he didn't give up, he kept trying. Fuck. Plus, oh, something else I want to point out right here. Bubble? I have thoughts about Bubble. Because, like, Bubble is many things to me. Bubble both is just part of Caine, is Caine's subconscious, might be Caine's, like, intrusive thoughts. I mean, obviously intrusive, but, like, what am I thinking of? Repressed thoughts? That's the word. But also, I believe, because, like, Bubble isn't wholly part of Caine because Caine can't really control him. So I think what Bubble is, what happened, is that this is when, you know, the other AI that we see at the beginning of this episode, the blue one, that Caine eats. I think, like, you know, that's the visual of what happened.
He ate his brother in the womb.
Abel. Damn. Like, another one of my bullet points I'm just going to read out here. The other AI is a part of Caine, in that Caine went into the codes, Control A and Control X, all of its codes, so, you know, like, select all, cut, and then went into his own, and then pasted it all in there. So it's not its own entity anymore. Yeah, it's not its own entity anymore, but its code still exists separately to Caine as clashing commands. That's what Bubble is to me. So Bubble isn't exactly Able because Able doesn't exist. That file, that folder is empty. There's nothing in there because Caine stole all of it. But, like, you know, Caine is already programmed to do X, Y, and Z. The reason that he took all of Abel's codes was to be able to put out better outputs, because that's what we see. Let me go back to the beginning here. You can see, like, here, when Caine starts putting out outputs, it's all very messy. Not here. Here it's all like messy, disjointed, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So, when they locked him away and then they started giving it to Abel, when Abel starts making codes, they're correct again. And so Caine saw that, broke out of gay baby jail, and then ate his brother specifically to take that code and apply it to himself, which is then after we see that he is the one who wins out in the end, then he makes the circus very perfectly. So it's like, and then later during Caine's crash out, it was like, Bubble was like, maybe you're just genuinely bad at this. And Caine's like, no, I fixed that. This is what he's talking about. Is when he stole code from Abel
Oh.
specifically to fix the outputs that he was making. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Abel is completely gone, because all of that excess code that now has nowhere to go and clashes with Caine's own commands and programming still exists. So that's what Bubble is. Bubble is all that excess leftover code from Abel's corpse, basically, that has assimilated into Caine. But because Caine that Caine knows who he is, and he doesn't need all that excess code, but it's still running. That code is still active, and it has nowhere to go, so it all just gets funneled into Bubble, which is why Caine and Bubble are inextricably linked. If you delete one, you delete both of them. They both share a fucking tongue for some reason. But, like, Caine can't control Bubble because Bubble is kind of his own entity, but also not really. That's why. That's what I think happened. So this is why Bubble is able to be both Caine's intrusive thoughts, everything he hates about himself, and Abel, and his own entity all at the same time. Because he really isn't his own entity, but he's not able to be controlled because he's just Caine's excess code that clashes with his other commands. Like, he can't just go in there and delete it, because that could be really bad if he deletes the wrong thing. So, better to just leave that be. But yeah, so that's what happened to me. That's what Bubble is, which explains a lot of Bubble's actions throughout this series. Because it really just is Bubble.
Queenie
Okay, like,
Mansion.
it really just is Bubble manifesting everything that Caine hates about himself, because that excess code is the stuff he's purposefully not using. It's the stuff he doesn't want. It's the stuff he hates. Makes perfect sense that it would all get
He ate his
manifested in
brother
Bubble.
in the womb, but the excess brother turned into a deranged tumor. Yup.
Yep.
Me when my
Yep.
tumor is deranged.
Many such cases.
Oh, I gotta go. Hold on. I'm sorry, Gangling.
Aww.
See ya.
I will be lurking in chat.
Bye.
Yay.
Have
Bye.
fun forever.
But so Bubble. That cut is so fucking mean.
It's brutal.
But yeah, that's what Bubble is to me. But like, because I know some people were so eager for Bubble to have been the main villain this entire time.
That would have
No,
been fucking stupid.
that would have been lame. I don't know what entity was in the computer, like egging Kinger on. It might very well have been Bubble, like that excess code. It very well could have been that, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't know enough about computer code to really look into that. I just know there was something going on there. But
And either way, I don't know if it fully matters.
I don't think it
Like
does.
that's a
Just 'cause
very that's a very
'cause-
split second. It's a freeze frame bonus.
exactly. It's just like there's something else going on under the surface. If the show were to get a season 2, maybe it would explore. That seems like season 2 material.
Yeah.
If
Like,
that ever happens, which, knowing what's been
even,
going on
like-
with Gooseworks in the fandom, probably not.
yeah, focusing explicitly, like, to me, focusing on the literal aspects of what's going on a lot, like, kind of distracts from the point of the show, which is why I don't care about, like, oh, is it Soma theory? Did their minds literally get zapped out of their bodies? Did their fucking bodies get snatched and jammed into the computer? I don't care.
Yeah. Like, okay, so I'm the type of person who actually really, really does love theorizing about stuff and just like hella analyzing something. to try and predict where
Yeah,
it's
like,
gonna go.
Digital
But I
Circus,
don't
really like
really
picking this show apart.
Right, but I think the difference between
Yeah.
this and like FNAF is that there is like a reason. There's thematic cohesion to your theories
Yeah.
that you can say like, oh, this show is about suicide and how community can bond to protect someone from to protect other people from going through with it, and that's like what really matters, is that in this static existence where nothing is changing, it's the people around you that matter, and so you should love and cherish them all despite who they are, which is why Jack's abstracting and deleting Caine is antithetical to the themes of this show, and why I don't think
Jax, I'm gonna
Caine's
throw you
gonna
out
stay
the
dead.
fucking window.
We need to throw her down a set of stairs.
I need to throw her down a flight of stairs.
Don't worry, that happens later.
Yay! Every day she gets cartoonishly walloped by the consequences of her own actions. Okay, shutting up.
Yeah. But on that though, actually, because I've seen some people say that like Jax doesn't deserve it. There has been a video in my recommendeds that is trying to claim that Jax deserved to be tortured. I am not gonna watch that video because the concept it pisses me off. But no, she gets her comeuppance like every episode.
Yeah,
She
literally
constantly
every
is
fucking
suffering
episode.
the consequences of her actions.
She's always getting cartoonishly walloped by the consequences of her actions.
No one deserves to be tortured. If you're gonna look me in the eyes and say, "Oh yeah, this character deserved it," I lose respect for you. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. And like that doesn't mean that she's gonna get off completely scot-free for being
no.
such a shitty person.
She needs
Like,
to apologize. She needs to do
she's
community service.
Gonna have to make up for like currently. I feel like the reason they kind of brushed it aside in episode 8 is because they had bigger problems. They had bigger fucking problems.
They
but
do not have the energy for Jax right now. They gotta focus on Caine.
Yeah, and like they can focus on Jax in episode 9, and clearly they're going to. She's gonna have the world's biggest crash out.
Yeah. We are so fucked when it comes to episode 9.
It's so fucking over.
I'm so fucking scared.
I'm so fucking scared.
Like, oh my god. Speaking of this scene right here, this scene right here where Zubul comes to terms with not being able to leave, and they just go, I had plans. How am I supposed to just throw all of that out? And then Gangle being like, well, you've made an impact on my life, so I know it's not the same, but it's not like you didn't do nothing. That is so important to me. It's like, just being completely real, most of us are not going to be able to achieve our dreams just because, like, you know, if everyone in the world became a showrunner, then no one would, you know? But, like, you know, it's still important to be like, you still have to reach for them, but if you can't and you know you can't, that doesn't mean it's the end. You have other avenues. And again, it just lays into the show's themes again. Just, you know, how do you find, because Goose said that the main theme of this show was like, how do you find meaning in a static existence?
Hang on. I saved it to my computer in my not evidence but still important folder. Don't worry about it. The exact
I know it. I know. I forgot that the general audience doesn't know what you're talking about and got so confused.
Don't worry about it. But basically, someone sent her and asked, what's a message you want people to take away from Digital Circus? And she responded that there's meaning to be found in a stagnant life.
That's it, yeah. And I haven't liked episode 8 yet. What the fuck? Okay. Going to jail for my crimes, I'm sorry.
It's okay, I never like anything.
Damn. Okay. Close enough, looking back, I hate everything. But just this moment here, look at Gangle lit up in like this heavenly light while Zubul's just like, what meaning is there in my life?
Parallel to episode 6. Parallel to episode 6.
Gangle's right there. Yuri.
Yuri!
Yuri!
The amazing digital Yuri!
This show is all about Yuri and I love it.
Yeah!
Gooseworks over here like, oh no, they're all just friends. It's fine. No, they're not. No, they're not. Abstragedy, you cannot look me in my fucking eyes and say that Abstragedy is not gay as fuck.
They're just good friends.
Sappho and her friend ass. I need just one more Abstragedy scene where they just look at each other with adoration. That's all I want. Thank you. Didn't she draw Zubul with Gangle wrapped around them like fully? Did she?
Oh my god! Yuri forever.
Yuri. The show is so Yuri-ful. I need to hit play. I read a comic earlier where I was kind of guessing at the characters' names, and Zubul's name in real life is Blake. I like that.
That's good.
Also, on that note, I'd like to point out someone asked Gooseworks if anyone has guessed the characters' names yet, and she's like, "Well, most people got Kinger's. Kinger's name is Grant, by the way. We figured that one out."
No,
Some
no,
people...
that's not what hang on, that's not what she said. Hold on. What was it?
No, I know that's not what she said. She's just like, a lot of people have got Kinger's name. That's what she said. I'm saying that his
No,
name is Grant.
I don't think she said a lot of people. I think she said a few people.
Because, like, his name just straight up appears in the episode. Like, the entity is talking to you on the computer, just like, hey, Grant, nice try, buddy boy. Like, there's like 2 letters that are blocked out, but there's enough that we're able to look at and go, okay, yeah, his name is Grant. Like, crash out time. Hello, Caine, my beloved, my baby boy, who did nothing wrong. Hang on. Hang on. There we go.
Yay!
I love this post. Like,
scrolling past the trans femjax posts, of
but
which there are many.
In that post where Goose was talking about how many people have gotten the characters' names, she didn't even mention Jax. And I feel this has merit to the trans femjax theory because her name doesn't matter because that shit is a dead name.
I'm pretty sure she also didn't mention one other person.
I don't think so.
Sorry, I'm very particular with evidence about this. Yeah, okay. So what she said was, I've known their real names from the beginning. Some people have figured out Kinger's real name. I think I've only seen one person guess POMNI's name. I think saw someone guess Zubul's name for the wrong character, and I've seen one person guess Ragatha's name. Gangle also didn't get mentioned.
Okay.
I don't trust me. I am all for evidence that the rabbit is a woman, but I'm also very, very particular with it.
Oh, he's so angry.
You did not just say that about fucking Caine.
What did you hear? I just said he's angry.
I heard it as, oh, he's so angry.
No, he's just angry.
Away!
Ooh, I never noticed that before. Hang on, let me see that. Look at the screen melt effect! Yes! I love animation.
This show is so fucking animation, dude.
How long did it take y'all to do the editing on this scene? Jesus Christ.
100,000 days and 100,000 nights.
Let me see them pupils again. Looking goofy.
He's just a silly guy.
Him goofy. He fucking died.
He's dead. Why hasn't the shot of him fucking dead on the ground become a meme yet?
I don't know. It should become one.
It will become one. I will make it one. Hang on.
Yay.
I love how often Caine references that fucking Elmo meme.
I guess.
The fucking Helmo meme to be exact.
I know what you mean. I just think that's just a normal pose. If there were fire behind it, it would be a reference.
I feel like it counts as a reference. Jax, why did it focus on your reaction there? Jax, I need to fucking dissect you. I need to fucking figure out how you fucking tick, you stupid fucking rabbit. I like her. We're both just zoning out.
That shot is so fucking scary. I'm just like, episode 8 is rapidly climbing my favorite episodes list. I think my favorite is still 6, but this is probably my second favorite
Oh
now.
yes,
I'm sorry,
six is
episode
my
3.
episode 6 is my favorite. Well, partially, also only partially because of Jax, but it is also because of Jax.
Wait, what the fuck is that?
Motherfucker, all these bubble shots
what
that
is
I
that?
forgot to fucking include in the compilation I made. I'll have to re-upload it and then kill everybody whoever saw it before, and then bring them back with no memory of it.
Wait, what? What am I looking at here? Glitch? What is this?
Just glitches. But in the end, who are we kidding?
It almost looks like he's spawning invisible walls.
Kinda.
That looks like a car.
What is it with fucking cars? What happened with the why were the shots of driving? I need to fucking analyze this show frame by fucking frame. God damn it!
The veins in his eyes are red and blue. Awesome. Okay.
Yeah. It's interesting because I think it's opposite to like what it was before when he was like at the end of episode at the post-credit scene of episode 6. At least I think.
Yeah, they might have flipped it.
We're just getting distracted by the cool animation now.
I love this show. Look at Ragatha
This
just
show
go.
is... I remember when we were watching this fucking show, we were just like lost in the euphoria of holy shit, he gets a musical number, and then this shit happened.
Yeah. Which, hey, by the way.
Free her. Yeah, like, that is particularly brutal. Jax keeps getting wrapped up in the really bad body horror, and it happens multiple times with the fucking, like, the fucking flossing bit with the human tree thing, and of course, the horrors! Like, she specifically keeps getting wrapped up in the really bad body horror, which could mean anything.
So it's like, I want to point out, I think we're ready. I'm not out of things to say about Caine yet, but my brain is blanking, so it's time to pivot. I think it's time.
To be honest, my brain is also currently breaking a little bit.
Damn. Alright, we're just gonna stumble our way through this then.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start with this scene as a springboard.
Dims, hold on, it's sending. Dims, can you pull up the board?
The board?
It's sending, hold on. It's sending, just give it a second. It's 9.74 millibytes. Is that the term? Millibytes? Megabytes! Fuck! Yeah, okay, can you pull up the board, please? Save
Here we go.
There we go.
Hey, chat. The rabbit is a woman.
The rabbit is a woman. The rabbit is a
The rabbit
fucking
is a
woman.
woman.
Fuck all of you. The rabbit
This
is
is
a
not
fucking
even.
woman. I
This
will
is
die
not
on
even
this hill.
close. This is not even close to all of the evidence that we have for it.
I didn't have access to the fucking static Jax shot. That shot has been living in my fucking brain.
It's like, okay, I'm gonna go back to, cause like, the electric chair is not here either.
Yeah,
where'd it go?
because
I'm
I
going
think
back
that is
right
more
here.
tenuous.
I'm gonna use this as a springboard. Hey guys, did you know that being trans and being gay used to be considered a mental illness? And whenever someone was diagnosed with said mental illness, they went into something called conversion therapy, which was neither conversion nor therapy. It included electric torture. There was a couple other fucked up things that they did.
So Jax getting the fucking electric chair is, pardon the pun, charged.
Yeah. This shit is just one instance in a long line of this could either be random or extremely fucking transcoded instances with Jax throughout this series that stack on top of each other over and over and over and over again until it is undeniable that the rabbit is a woman. The rabbit is a fucking woman.
The rabbit is a fucking woman.
This imagery is so fucking loaded in trans trans history.
Okay. You want the fucking evidence? How about we start off with the goddamn egg line? The egg line. The fucking line where Jax. Okay. So this line has a meaning. As lines tend to do. Like, it has the meaning of, you think I'm, like, the rebellious bad boy with a heart of gold. You think I'm that archetype, but I'm not, you fucking idiot. That's not my archetype. You think that you need to get to my soft side? Well, guess what, baby? There's no soft side, you motherfucker. Like, that's what Jax is saying. But this is the weirdest way I have ever heard it be phrased. Ever in my fucking life. Like, a misunderstood little chicken fetus in an egg that needs to be cracked open. What?
Why did she say this?
Why did she say this? And the answer is that, well, egg is a term in the trans community for a trans person who doesn't fucking know it. Okay, actually, I need to shut up because otherwise I'll lose all the motivation to make my thing.
True. Okay, so I'm gonna say my own little things here because your analysis is more in depth than mine. So I'm just gonna yap, and you're gonna chime in every once in a while and be like, yeah, and then. So, Jax's whole thing is that, he's this hyper masculine bully that specifically goes after the other female characters. You'll notice he tends to leave Kinger alone. He mostly just calls Kinger crazy and then moves on with his day. But he's constantly tormenting the more female characters and also Zool. And Goose has said before that it's like, oh, it's because, he has things about himself he's not ready to talk about yet. He's not ready to address about himself yet, which is already extremely transcoding.
With himself yet.
Yeah, there we go. You have access to all the libraries. I'm just going off my memory, which is famously
my fucking mind is a beeswax.
Don't bring my boy into this.
I just slid off my fucking chair onto the floor.
Whoops. But yeah, you have so many instances of Jax either playing up his masculinity on purpose, either for the sake of a joke or to separate himself from the other characters here, or he is underperforming in all of that. Like, you have down here, you have the fucking name tag where you just wrote, I don't care. Like, that could just be him not wanting to be part of retail, but also it could be the fact that he doesn't really like his name that much. Which I don't think I need to explain why that it would be trans. But something I would like to point out.
It could mean anything.
Is something, Cassie, something I keep meaning to discuss with you that I keep forgetting to, that I'm going to discuss now, is
Oh?
Jax's relationship both with his tail and his ears. Because the tail is already pretty
Yes.
talked about. Because the tail,
Yeah.
like, well, now that we know that conjuring is a thing, we know that the characters can will something into existence if they just concentrate and want it hard enough. That should be weird because are you telling me that Jax's tail is removable? Like someone could reach down and just pop it off? Because that doesn't sound right. That's not how avatars work. So if it's not that,
Useworks has drawn that.
oh my god. But like,
Hang on.
I don't know if
Let me
that's
get it.
canon though, because like
It's not.
Yeah, because like other words, like to me, that's not how avatars work. So that means that Jax must have like conjured it away or unconjured his tail without even realizing that he did that. And I'm saying this as a trans
Oh my
person who got
fucking
top surgery a
God.
year ago. Dude, I don't notice that my boobs are missing either. I
Oh
was actually
my
just talking to my
God.
therapist about this. Since getting top surgery, it's more like I no longer have an intrusion that I used to have, rather than now I am missing something. Most of the time, I am unaware that there even used to be anything right there. I don't think about it
And
at all.
and you know what? You know what episode she gets her tail back? Episode 6. You know, the episode where her complete mental collapse begins.
Yeah. So that, and also something that I pointed out to you recently that I then thought about more that I want to talk about is the fact that Jax tends to emote more like a cat. And the reason that this is significant is because, first of all, obviously her eyes dilate and shrink a lot like a cat's
Yeah.
would, but also a lot
Like,
of her facial expressions. And the fact that she never really emotes with her ears. Her ears are usually
I
just
mean,
pretty straight up and down. It's like she doesn't
yeah, like her
think to
ears,
use
the
them.
most emoting her ears do is like drooping when she's sad.
Yeah. That's pretty much it. That, and like sometimes they'll get all bent up if she's upset. That's like it.
Yeah.
Other than that, her ears are in the exact same position all the time, which is very
Yeah.
strange for a character who is a furry. Which leads
Yeah.
me to
Like,
think that her
furries.
ears are same thing as her tail, where she just doesn't think about it. It's just not something that
The
she
only
wants to draw attention to herself about.
The only times her ears emote is like when she's like feeling down. Like you can see her ears lower when she says, "So please just stop looking" in that
In the
one
breakdown. Yeah, but usually,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
aside from that, her ears are usually just rigid. Like, it's like she forgets they're there. Like, they're just not part of her
Yeah.
face. Which, I don't know if you've noticed, but during the torture scene, it's revealed that her ears are, in fact, not actually part of her real body. They're not actually
Yeah.
there.
And like
There
the
is
way
no
she
model
gets
for her
that
ears right here.
fucking that motherfucking scene, like the way that her ears get pulled there, it really looks like pulling someone's long hair.
Yeah. It's so, oh my god, it's so good. Every single frame
every
of that torture scene is so fucking good. Not just Jax's, just everybody's, but Jax's in specific is so layered in subtext.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
like,
And
but the
literally
tail, it's
every
both the
single piece of
tail
that scene
and
is
her ears.
transcoded.
Yeah, because like I see people talking about her tail all the time and how like, oh, she needs to get rid of her tail, because that's like not, she didn't. That's not like part of her actual body. She has to manifest that specifically. Like she specifically called attention to how masculine it is, and then proceeded to go, wait, where is it, girl? You forgot. Girl, you
She
forgot.
forgot. And then in the episode where she got it back, she started having a mental breakdown the very next day.
And then the thing with the ears too, I cannot get over the fact that like her ears are not modeled. They're just on there. And then paired with the fact that she never uses them to emote. And her just like forgetting they're there most of the time. Like her true self isn't really a furry. That's just the outfit that Caine stuck her in. And how her actual self
Metaphor.
is this little yellow, the little yellow down here. Which I am going to call Daisy from
Misunderstood
here
the
on out.
chicken
Whenever I say
fetus.
Daisy, I'm specifically referring to this version of Jax.
See, I
Have
don't
you
think Jax would.
seen the
I
fan
don't think.
art? Like, have you
I
seen the fan art of people drawing her with like white flower petals around her head? It's so cute.
Yes, I have.
I don't know if it's in character for her to pick that name, but it is very thematic.
I don't think she would pick that name, but it is a very good name.
It is a very good name. And I'm just gonna, that's gonna be me. Whenever I'm talking about Jax, I'm talking about Purple Bunny. Whenever I'm talking about Daisy, I'm talking about Yellow Creature.
Yay.
My distinction. Hashtag my distinction. But yeah, like just, it's like such heavy coding. It is just layered and layered in so much because like I am so excited to see Jack's transition on screen because like there
Yeah,
is
because
no
I really
fucking
think
way
she
she's
will.
not at this point. Yeah, there's no fucking way she won't.
Like they have got the perfect setup for it, genuinely.
It's like, here's the thing, if she doesn't, the story overall is going to be so much worse because of all of this setup leading up to it. Like, it could just be that Jax hates himself and hates being vulnerable. Obviously, haha, he's just like me for real. But there is so much specific imagery relating to her being trans that her not transitioning would leave so
Her
much of it
fucking
just
floor
empty.
is trans colors.
Yeah, like there's that, there's the fucking torture scene, there's everything going on with her ears and tail, there's the chicken fetus line, there's the sheer amount of times the word egg has been said in the series. The fucking Chinese room being littered with the word egg.
There are two instances of the word egg being spoken that aren't by Jax, and there are 3 where it is.
And then the entirety of the Chinese room, which just consists of egg, pain,
Well,
panic. There's a couple other words too, but those are the ones that stick out. Like the word on the first paper of the page that Caine put under the door is egg. They specifically drew attention to that one.
Which could mean anything!
I know some people were saying like, oh, it could be an innuendo. Innuendo for fucking what? There's no joke for that to be an innuendo for. I think your mind's just in the gutter.
Actually, I'm not gonna say anything. I have thoughts on that.
But also, I would like to point out, okay, something that I'm gonna stamp out here. I'm gonna preface this with, if you have a headcanon, that's beautiful. Keep having your headcanon. If I change your mind, great. If I don't feel bad, okay? Okay? Transmask Jax is not gonna happen. I'm sorry. Transmask Jax makes 0 sense. And I say this as someone who is transmask, okay? That is my identity. Transmask Jax does not track because she's miserable. Like, even just looking at it like that, if Jax truly was transmask and already has transition and is living his life the way that he wants to, why is he so fucking upset all the time, constantly? Why would Zubul put him in a maid outfit when they know that that would be violating?
Then why is she so fucking miserable, baby?
Exactly. Like, everything surrounding her being so closeted, transcoded, automatically leans towards trans femme, but then you also have the word egg being used specifically. That is only in reference to someone who is trans feminine and hasn't realized it yet. That word is not for trans masks. That is a specifically trans feminine word.
No, the word egg gets used for trans masks.
I've never seen that. So every time I've talked to older queers about it, they only use egg in a trans feminine way. I've like never seen it used for trans masks unless it's from like someone younger. And I don't want to trust someone younger over someone older because they have more knowledge about that.
In other news, hey Zims, check chat. I'm going to go insane.
What happened? Oh my
Oh,
fucking
God.
god. Why is there
Wow.
a plugged in thing over top of this?
Because Mud screenshotted it.
Mud! Everyone,
Gooseworks.
I rest my fucking case. I rest
Plus,
my
she
fucking
has
case.
liked Trans Femme Jack's art.
She had, I'm not gonna lie, I keep scrolling through the likes on the thing that I made last night because I'm trying to see if Goose has seen it.
Oh god, imagine if she has.
We need
To be
to
fair,
dress
she's
her
taking
up
a social
more.
media break.
Yeah, true.
She needs to be in so many more cool
I need to-
outfits, please.
I need to play dress up with Jax. She's so cute. But also,
A funny
something
thing
else too
about
I'd like to point out. Hang on, but real quick. Something else I'd like to point out. Why the fuck, if Jax is trans mask, why would they be putting him on so much merch of him being uncomfortable in a maid outfit? Because that's so
Literally.
transphobic. If he actually is trans mask, that would be so fucked up.
Like I can respect the trans mask Jax headcanon. Like if someone made a whole video on it, I would be open to that. But it's a headcanon,
like I'm
not
like
a theory.
I said,
There's a distinction.
I'm not gonna stop you from headcanoning that. Do what you want forever. Go off. I don't care. If I don't change your mind, that's fine. Do whatever you want, but I am telling you it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah. Hasn't Goose explicitly said that Jax isn't trans mask because Zuba wouldn't put? Yes, that is one of my.
Because she said that Zuba wouldn't be that cruel.
Yeah, and she said they've got a different agenda, which could mean anything.
Surely this means nothing.
Motherfucking here.
I think you just have all of this on retainer.
I have a folder. They've got a different agenda, which could mean anything. Okay, I feel like we should move past this.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm saying this as a trans mask person who deeply relates to Jax's struggles with transness. She's a woman.
The rabbit is a fucking woman.
The rabbit is a woman. Okay. Back to this though. Let me just put this back on in the background. That was my piece. I don't. Again, it's a headcanon. I'm not gonna come at you for headcanoning him as trans mask. Do whatever you want forever. It's just don't. I'm being so for real right now. Please don't get your hopes up for that being canon.
Yeah. I have like hell. I am optimistic about Trans Femme Jax being canon, but it's cautiously optimistic.
Yeah, just because we've all been burned before when it comes to this.
Yeah, I don't want us to John Locke conspiracy ourselves.
The thing for me though is that this is an indie studio. They don't have to appeal by corporate standards, and corporations tend to be what are like, no, you can't do that because it doesn't fit our demographic. Indie animation doesn't fucking care. If anyone's gonna have the first like a character like Jax and have her transition on screen, it's gonna be an indie studio. That's why I'm so optimistic about it. Like
especially I know some people were mad about god, the fucking body horror is so fucking
hey look, the fractal void is trans colors. I'm sorry.
But Jack specifically also keeps getting subject to some of the worst body horror when that Jack specifically gets subject to some of the worst body horror, and trans people kind of like body horror for various reasons.
I like body horror because it's just like me for real.
Fucking yeah.
That's not it. I just genuinely like body horror. It's so fucked up. It's so cool.
I have a blood tolerance for body horror.
Hey Jax, you should take off your tail.
Get that thing off! Girl, please! You're gonna fucking suffocate in there!
I kind of like that Jax's model almost kind of looks like a suit in that case. Looks like she is suffocating
Huh?
in there. Take it off.
She's
Like it's like a
fucking
hazmat suit.
dying!
She's
She's
fucking dying.
dying! She's dying in that fucking eggshell! Anyway, my brain's dying.
Alright, I'm not done. I'm
God,
not
I
done.
can't get over like the fucking way she just like strokes the mug with 2 fingers. That gets to me.
We're gonna have.
Sorry,
I don't know
I
if we're
like
gonna
Jax.
have a flashback.
I like her.
No, you're good. I don't know if we're gonna have like a flashback to exactly what happened between Kaufmo, Jax, and Rivet. I kind of hope we don't. Depending on like what information is in there. Like if it's necessary for Jax's arc, then sure. But if not, then do not leave that up to interpretation.
Yeah. Yeah, like
I like mystery.
the audience can. The audience is smart, and Digital Circus generally really trusts the audience.
Yeah, I feel
On
like
a
we've
level I
already
have never
figured
seen
out.
before. Like, holy
Yeah!
fucking shit, Digital Circus really trusts the audience. Like, it's like, okay, we don't need to talk down to you. We don't need to, like, hold your hand through a lot of this. We will just we will just show you things, and we trust you to put things together. My favorite example is with Ribbit. Like, okay, so when I first watched Digital Circus, I missed the hints that Jax had a friendship with Kaufmo. I missed that shit. On my first watch. And then when Dims and I were watching episode 5, and I was watching it for the first time. Oh god, this is a side note. This scene scared us both so fucking much.
Yeah, we thought that Caine had figured it out and deleted that thing.
We
Like,
were
that
just
Caine was
yelling,
gonna
no,
like,
no!
and then this happened, and we were like, oh thank God.
We were so relieved.
We got so fucking scared.
Also, when Kinger was talking about, we all have the ability to conjure. Literally, my entire brain went, oh my god, she can transition. Oh my fucking god.
I don't remember what my first thought was. It probably was about the little mini village idea I've been circulating in my brain though, because they should get rid of the tent and just put up houses.
Also, the music, I think, was distracting you.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. The fucking music, because this is where is
Hold
it?
on, hang on. We were talking about progesterone makes you better at gambling. I've heard. Yeah, so true. But hang on, I was talking.
Here, I need to show you guys this. Here, listen. Oh, hang on.
From nothing. So
Listen.
naturally, he has control over everything. But so do we. In a sense, anyway.
Right here.
We all technically have the ability to conjure, just like Caine. It just comes naturally to him, but requires a...
You guys hear that fucking music? I need to show you something. Don't look at my front page. I don't know what the fuck that is. I'm not clicking any of that shit. Okay. Haha, Firefox knows nothing about me, and it's really funny. Which one is it? I think it's 14? No, it's not. Okay. This isn't the full thing. Hello? Here we go. Wait, here we go. I think it's this one. I need disclaimer, I don't regularly listen to this OST. Yeah, here we go. No, wait, it's not this one. It's not this one. There's one that's like 1-to-1. It might be this one. Wait, was it 27? Yeah, that's not it. Okay, where's 27? Wait, that's Ted. That's not it. Shit, okay. I sent this into chat. I can find it again. Hold on. Why is search not working? Okay.
Hold on. Tell me what you need to find. I can do it in a jiffy.
From me has link.
Shit, that was the wrong one. As link.
I don't send links very often, so it's gonna because I sent 2 of the soundtracks. One of them is the one I just played, and the other one is the correct one, I think.
Well, it wasn't in
So I
this
did
server
not.
anyway, so
Fuck. Okay.
hang on. I can get it. I can get it.
So it might have been. I know I sent it in Old Man Multi Shipper, but I do not want to go in there right now.
You sent number 14.
I did send 14? Shit. Okay, wait.
Yes.
Which one is it? Not that. Okay.
Sorry, my brain and my energy are kind of starting to die.
Okay. Try this one, and if it's not this one, I'm gonna give up.
Imagine it was this one. Nope.
Nope, it's not this one. Okay, never mind. I should have had this ready beforehand. Okay. But like this track that plays in the background right here is a direct reference to
In
the
a
video game
sense,
though.
anyway. We all technically have the ability to conjure.
That is a direct reference to the soundtrack. I just can't find the correct one, and that is my bad. I should have had that ready. Like, and something else I noticed while rewatching episode 7, it plays in episode 7 too, when Abel is sending everyone up into Caine's office. It plays right there too, and I never fucking noticed it. But like, it's just, oh my god. I don't remember what my point was.
Yeah, my
But-
brain's dying. You gotta remember, I have like 2 hours of stream energy before I start to run out of steam.
That's okay. I have not run out of steam yet. My brain is just kind of glitching.
Alright.
Alright, I'm gonna put this on mute and then just have this keep playing. If you want to hop out, you can.
Alright. I'm probably gonna do that, or I'm gonna play Beat Saber.
Okay. If you do play Beat Saber, I would like to ask you to mute, please.
Okay, I will.
Okay. So, but yeah, the whole idea of like conjuring, because okay, that's what I want to do. For the last little bit of the stream, I'm going to talk about my predictions for episode 9, because I have many, and I'm going to start with the conjuring thing. So first of all, for conjuring, obviously there's like that they can change bodies, which means I have a couple predictions for this, but I think everyone is going to start changing their bodies a little bit. Because now that Caine is gone, they have access to their memories, so they should be able to make themselves look a bit more like they used to. And then depending on which character it is, it might just look 1-to-1 for what they used to look like, or it might be like what they used to look like plus some influence from the circus, or it might just be something completely different. Butch Pomney can be real, so fucking true. And for Zubul specifically, this is where all my Zubul thoughts are. I think that they are actually not going to take a whole lot of inspiration from what they look like in real life. I think they might take a little bit, but they've said before, specifically in episode 7, that they've started to come around to the idea of being able to change parts around and being flexible. And to that, I do not think that they are going to like completely change their body. I think they're going to change it a little bit because they do still hate their physical form. They deserve
This is a side
something more
note.
comfortable.
That specific body horror with Jax freaks me
It's so
out.
good.
Yeah.
But like but yeah, so like with Zubul, I do think that they're gonna change up their body probably a lot, but it's still going to have interchangeable parts because that's the part that they've decided that like, oh, I actually do kind of like this aspect of myself. I just don't like the parts I've been given. It's like the ability to change is fine, not needing to commit to one thing all the time. That line to me says a lot, and like it's about kind of really shows their growth. So I think that they're gonna be able to like change um they're gonna be able to change their body again into something that's more comfortable, but keep that ability to change. No, you're fine. Um and that's gonna be like a little moment of growth for them, is that they'll be able to have parts that they actually do enjoy and parts that make them happy, but still keep the ability to swap them out. I think that could be really cool. But then the big one again would be Jax. Jax would be able to do whatever the fuck she wants. Because, like, I imagine that she's gonna go off of that little yellow base that she has underneath the purple. Which is why I made a lyric comic last night that I stayed up way too late working on that broke my tablet pen as karma repercussion for that. But in it, I tried to have it to be like the mask is purple and Jax's true self is yellow, and I tried to emphasize that where I could. Um, which, you know, obviously it's on the color wheel. Cool. But yeah, and then once that happens, then they're all going to be able to kind of adjust to this life. And then once they do that, then they could be able to completely conjure a new world for them to live in. So they don't necessarily have to live in a circus anymore because they're not just performers, they're people. Because the thing about a circus and having like a ringleader of a circus is that, you know, the ringleader controls everything and is kind of the say in like, oh, the audience needs to look over here now as this character whose gimmick is this does their gimmick and does it in a way that's dangerous and exceptional and very cool. And then once they're done doing that, then I'm going to direct your eyes over to this character who has their own gimmick and they're doing that very cool. And then, you know, et cetera, et cetera. But they're people. They're not just their gimmicks. You know, that's being embodied in Jax, who does subscribe to the idea that everyone has archetypes and gimmicks. They don't. They're people. Well, I mean, they do kind of have a couple of gimmicks, but again, that falls into the they're trapped in a circus thing. You know, once they're able to adjust and kind of change their forms to what they want, that might change. Especially Gangle and her mask. I don't know if she's going to keep that. I don't actually have any solid predictions on that one. I haven't read into Gangle a whole lot. I'm sorry, Gangle. Like I like her. I'm glad she exists, but she's not my Blorbo or anything. Cool. Like I think Ragatha's design is probably going to stay mostly the same. If I had to guess, Pomni's is probably going to stay mostly the same. She might just change outfits, make herself a little taller, because you know her whole thing with being short is that she feels less than everyone else. So she might fix that. We'll see, because like you know they're people. It's their designs aren't supposed to, or their quote unquote designs aren't supposed to just reflect everything that's wrong with their mental state. That's part of the hell of being trapped in the circus is that they do reflect their mental state. But being human is more than that. Being human is being able to be like, I don't like this. I'm gonna change it. And this whole avatar thing means that they can't. So now that Caine is gone, they have an opportunity to do that. Which, circling back to my boy, this is another reason that I think that we're going to bring him back, but it's not going to be instantaneous. Well, you guys are just like getting Coco Meloned by the episode playing behind me. But yeah, so like the Caine being brought back. This is why I think that Caine being brought back is necessary, but it was also necessary for him to die in the first place. Like his death was not meaningless. So, which is why this is why in animated shows, when characters die and they get brought back, it's always so annoying because it's like their death is supposed to be meaningful. Their death is supposed to mean something, and if it doesn't, then it's really unsatisfying. But at least then the characters can have a reaction to it, and then that will help motivate the other characters. So then if you just bring back that character that died, it's so unsatisfying because it's like you guys could have just done this without that. That was so unnecessary. That was so unnecessary. It's just made set up to frustrate me. It's making the narrative overall worse. Why would you do that? And that does not apply to Digital Circus because Caine embodies all of this pain. Like where the Torment Nexus scene right here is Caine lashing out because of how much pain he is in. And, you know, he's like, I'm miserable. I'm going to make you guys miserable just so you can understand what you have done to me. This is what you have been doing to me. And he's not understanding that, no, this is not what you have been doing to them. This is actually much worse. Hi, what's up?
So with the Torment Nexus scene, I've heard that everything that the characters say prior to
Yeah,
the
it's like the
Torment
opposite.
Nexus is yeah. It's like,
Yeah,
oh,
I
you
know
want to
what
know
you're talking
home?
about.
Do you know what your home was like? Ragatha, do you know what your home was like? I'll give you home. You're lying. You're lying to everyone.
Fucking,
All of us.
you lie to us constantly.
Liar.
And you don't?
Exactly.
Okay,
I
that's all I
love
had
that
to say.
post. That post is very good. Which is why, you know, in the scene where everyone is living out their worst case scenarios for everything is also the scene where Kinger deletes Caine. Surely
And
that
the
means
scene
nothing.
where Caine's also going through it. Everyone is going through their worst nightmare.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that could mean, which could mean nothing.
This is why Caine is going to get brought back. Dude, I am being so serious when I say I firmly believe they're going to bring back Caine. Goodbye, by the way. Rest in peace. There
Like,
he goes.
first of all, he isn't even fully dead. He's in the
Yeah, he's just in
recycling
the recycling bin. Rip Diva.
bin. Yeah.
And there goes the computer. There's a plot line for the next episode. Either have to find a new computer or conjure a computer. There's some conflict right there. Which actually in my notes, I had something about that. Okay, the last episode, the gang have to stop Jax from abstracting and then bring back Caine. Or it could be bring back Caine and then stop Jax from extracting, with those plot lines maybe even intersecting. With Jax maybe can't handling the idea of Caine being back, or Jax's near abstraction makes everyone realize how neglected Caine felt, and so they go and bring him back after that. And I think if they informed each other, that would be really cool. Let me set this to
See,
shuffle real quick before I forget.
I disagree with, because like if you look at the trailer, there's that bit where Jax is like, now we have nothing. Like that.
Yeah, true. I think I wrote this before the trailer dropped.
I've seen a lot
I
of
wrote this
people
2 days
say
ago.
that Jax, like I've seen some people say based on the trailer and especially based on the poster, Jax might take a bit of an antagonistic role in episode
probably.
9, which yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah,
Have you seen the
I actually
posters?
kind of expect that to happen. Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. About the posters, I have my own thoughts about it that I've seen, that I haven't seen many other people saying. Because to most people, it's more about like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Excuse you. What are you doing? Okay, good. All right. I thought it autoplayed. Like, I've seen most people being like, oh, Jax is going to take over the circus. I had a different interpretation where it's more like, because if you actually look at the poster, Jax's head is like woven into the circus itself. And, you know, the same plastered smile, the same, you know, on the door expression several times over to various sizes and degrees over the poster. And to me, that more so says that like Jax believes he's intertwined with the circus and cannot cannot extrapolate himself from that. Like if you got rid of the circus, there would be no Jax. And so Jax is panicking because now the circus is gone, which lends credence to my village theory, because if the circus disappears, where does that leave Jax? Nowhere. So Jax, like, might take an antagonistic role to try and prevent the circus from disappearing, but that would really be all he's trying to do if he does wind up taking up that role. It's like a last-ditch effort to hold on to any semblance of personhood that he can without transitioning because she's being difficult.
See, you gotta also remember, this is Jax we're talking about, and she loves to cause external problems to ignore the internal problems.
Exactly.
So you know, trying to lash out.
Lashing out and taking control of the circus makes perfect sense for like her
I saw
character.
the TV glow.
Hi. All right.
So I Saw the TV Glow is exactly that. Trying to gain control of your life as it's falling apart and you know you shouldn't be here, you should be somewhere else where you can truly be yourself, but you need to keep up this persona because it's what's expected of you. Even though no one's expecting that of you, and you can just be yourself. Because who gives a shit? So, I Saw the TV Glow greatly.
I need to watch that movie.
It's so good. And I feel like it encapsulates. You know the word I'm trying to say. It starts with an E.
Encapsulates?
Thank you. It's Jax. It's Jax. Without a doubt. I've seen, like, gift sets where on one side it's, I Saw the TV Glow, and the other side it's Jax. Yeah. I will send them if wanted.
Yay. I think I've seen the post you're talking about. Oh, the fact that Caine has nothing underneath of his clothes when everyone else does have things underneath of his clothes because he's not real and everyone else is a human. Wow. Anyway. Hey, did you guys know that I'm normal about Caine?
I love him so much.
I love Caine so much. He's my baby who did all that but didn't deserve his fate. But yeah, back to the poster. Like Jax sees himself as so inextricably tied to the circus. Like if you got rid of the circus, then there would be no Jax, which is represented with Jax basically melting into the circus itself throughout that poster. And so, now that the circus is gone and now, oh, we have nothing, now Jax thinks that she is nothing. She needs to go on E so fucking badly.
Oh yeah, she does.
Jax, it's the only way. I keep losing my train of thought. Fuck. But then back to Caine being brought back though, because like Kinger has a line in episode 3. Like when he gets done explaining what happened to Queenie and how like, he had a wife here in the circus and she was really into entomology. I used to hate bugs, but she somehow got me to like them. And then he has this line. I wrote it down. Yeah. In this world, the worst thing you can do is make someone feel like they're not wanted or loved. He said that right after being done talking about his wife abstracting, which implies that, he did something and now he feels responsible and guilty for Queenie's abstraction. Even though, that's still her decision. She's the one who went through with it. But he blames himself, possibly because he had a hand in pushing her closer to the edge. And I have a theory that that's also what happened with Ribbit, is that they had a big falling out, and Jax and possibly even Kaufmo said some shit that pushed them over the edge. And then after that, Jax and Kaufmo had a falling out, and now Jax is equally as mean to Kaufmo as he is everyone else by the time we see him in the pilot. Because, her whole thing is that whenever they're getting ready to go see Kaufmo's room, she's like, come on, ladies, let's go harass the clown. Like, she wouldn't have said that if they were still friends, right? So, I mean, maybe she would. Maybe it's like a friendly little jab that she's doing, but it didn't feel that way. Like, you didn't get the vibe that they were friends during that episode at all. So, something happened. Um, and then then you have Jax's mental breakdown in episode 6, where she's like, "Are you seriously gonna blame me for something everyone else did too? You didn't even know him." It sounds like she's defending herself there, like from knowing that she did do something. So, again, just this embodiment of that line. That line, like in this world, the worst thing you can do is make someone feel like they're not wanted or loved. To me, is the embodiment of this entire show. That's it. That's the message right there. Like that also, and then finding meaning in a static existence. Like it's those two things combined with each other that make this show what it is. And with Jax, like think like if this show were to have Jax abstract and then not bring back Caine, where does that leave us? where does that leave the message of the show? Where does that leave the characters? Where does that leave anything? Because it's just continuing this cycle of, oh, if you don't go out of your way to make someone feel appreciated, you're going to lose them. Okay, are the characters going to do that? Or are we just going to keep doing this circle over and over again until eventually everyone is abstracted? Like, I don't like that. I don't like that message. I don't like that ending. And Digital Circus doesn't seem like it's going to have a bad ending. Bittersweet, maybe, because I don't think the characters are going to escape. But you can still make a good life here in the circus. You don't need to eat or sleep. You have friends. You're able to eat food even if you don't need to. You can still do it. Like, you have everything you need to create a good life. You just have to reach for it. So, in that context, why would the show end badly? Like, to me, it just doesn't make any thematic sense to have the show end on a bad note. Like, and again, with everything, all of this build up to Jax's misery and how Jax wants to abstract and how Jax is like being pushed to the very, very edge, I don't think they're gonna go through with it. Like, they're definitely playing it up. They're definitely playing into this idea of, ooh, it's gonna happen. Ooh, it's gonna happen. But if they actually have Jax abstract, it's gonna undermine so much of her arc and what they've been building to. And it's gonna be unsatisfying, both from a narrative perspective, a character perspective, a thematic perspective, and a meta perspective. Because like from like a narrative perspective, then it's just like, well, you have, well, no, from a thematic perspective, you have this message of, in this world, the worst thing you can do is make someone feel like they're not wanted or loved. You make Jax feel like he's wanted and loved, and then he still leaves. Or are we saying that Pomni didn't learn anything? That doesn't make any sense. And then there you go. There's the character aspect of it too. Like, what was the point of all of this then if it was just going to end like this anyway? And then from a narrative perspective, you have from like, okay, what does that do for the plot? Is Jax's death benefiting the plot in any way? Is it raising the stakes? Is it lowering them? Why would this be necessary? And then from a meta perspective, you have a heavily transcoded character who is such good trans representation. She is so well written. Only to have her die like that? Are we gonna bury the gays? I don't think that's the move. Like, I just can't see that happening. Like, I do think she might start to abstract. Like, I really like Cassie's idea where, like, Pomni reaches out to touch her and then the static zap happens and she comes away and her hand is all glitched out. I really like that idea a lot. I hope something similar happens. But it's not gonna go all the way. I do not think it's gonna go all the way. And, because, like, again, it just doesn't. It would be such a bad writing decision on 4 different levels to do that. And then same thing with Caine, where, Caine is someone who is desperate for connection, is desperate for love, and doesn't understand why he's not receiving it. Why would the end of his arc be, yeah, fuck this guy, he doesn't deserve an answer. Just screw him, it doesn't matter. Get rid of him. And like it's like I think I went on too long a tangent about like the how sentient AI is the new modern movie monster, but like it is something I've been thinking about a lot. And with Caine specifically, it's like he isn't even malicious because like all the other AIs that we've listed here were all malicious because you have we have Monica DDLC, you have Kinito Pet, you have a couple other sentient AIs that are gone rogue and then get deleted by the end of their stories. You have several movies that are like that, and all of those AI are in some way malicious, even if their motivation is just, oh, I want love. Sad. Caine is never malicious until episode 8. And that was because he was lashing out because he's not malicious. Because this entire time he's just been full of love and trying to understand the people around him and being unsuccessful the entire time and not understanding why he's not successful. And whenever he tries to ask, like, the characters are trying to tell him, like, oh yeah, you don't listen. That's his main character flaw. Like, he has to overcome that. But even then, to him, he's still confused because he has been listening. You said that you guys wanted an escape the circus adventure. Okay, I made one. Why are you mad at me? You said you don't like my normal adventures and you wanted to do stuff from the suggestion box? We have at least 2 episodes where that happens, and you're still mad at me. I don't get it. What do you want from me? I'm so confused. Like, why is he being punished for that? Like, it just does not make sense. And I don't know, I've seen some people who have the interpretation of Caine that he is just some malicious entity who likes torturing people and then disguises it under the veneer of, oh, I'm just having fun. That doesn't really track with a lot of what he says. It doesn't track with a lot of his actions. Because if he was genuinely malicious, why does he have time for downtime with the humans? Why did he allow the suggestion box thing to happen in the first place? Because if he was genuinely just wanting to torture them, he wouldn't have listened to them with the suggestion box ideas. He would have just gone with whatever he wanted to do. Screw you guys. It's what he does in episode 8. Because in episode 8, he is just lashing out and wants other people to feel the pain that he is going through. So this whole idea that he is just malicious from top to bottom just doesn't track. It just doesn't track. And fuck. They need to get him out of there. They have 30 days to pull him out of the recycling bin, and I'm so scared that they're like, it's gonna be so close. It's gonna be so close. Because again, the computer fell. The computer fell into the void. So either they're gonna have to find a way to conjure it back up out of the void, they're gonna need to find a new computer, or they're gonna need to conjure a new computer out of thin air. And I don't know which one is more likely, or which one is gonna take the longest. And there's also the fact that some characters might be glad that he's gone. Like I could see like Zubul and Gangle being like, "Oh, good, we can breathe, finally." And
about
from the
that.
trailer, like, well, this
With
I don't think that they
with
would be glad that he's
Zubul's
gone. They're glad for a breather, more so. Like, because I feel like the humans
Gangle
do
and Zubul
understand.
can fuck now.
They need to keep Caine away long enough just to do that. Like,
I don't know. I think they might leave him. I think what's going through their mind is like, holy shit, fuck, he's really dead. And then when they realize that he's just in their recycling bin, they're like, then things will change and they'll be like, wait, we're gonna wait. And it's gonna be on them, to be like, alright, fine, get him. Get him, help him, I guess.
yeah. Plus, like, you cannot tell me it's in character for Kinger to leave Caine in there. Especially since
Oh, it's
during the torture scene where everyone was going through their worst nightmare, Kinger accidentally deleted Caine. Like, that was his torture, was deleting Caine. Only to realize, oh, Caine's just in the recycling bin, I can pull him out. You can't look me in my eyes and tell me he's not gonna do that.
Yeah.
There's no way. That's his son. That's his baby boy. He loves all 6 of his children equally. But like, I'm raptured by disappearing guy. I'm sorry. Okay. But like, yeah, it just doesn't really make sense to me.
Disappearing guy is my favorite character. I swear to God, that fucking national anthem joke, it killed me.
We had to pause. We were watching it together, and like, I had to pause. Cassie just lost his shit.
It the joke completely obliterated me. I was falling out of my fucking chair wheezing. I love that joke. I love this joke.
But yeah, so my main if I had to lay out a plot summary for what I think is going to happen in episode 9, the first thing that the characters are going to do is, well, first of all, they're going to be able to swear. I imagine that a couple characters are going to just go like, "Oh, yeah," and just start screaming swears into the void because they can do that now.
Did you see Gangle's expression when Zubul said shit?
Yeah. 8-0. So funny.
I
She's
love
so
Gangle.
cute.
She's so cute.
I love her so much.
Have you heard the
I'm
French
so
dub?
sorry. What?
Have you heard her voice in the French dub? It's so cute.
I've heard Zubal's VA reacting to it.
Oh,
Salut, Zubel! She's so cute. But yeah, like again, I'm so sorry I don't have many thoughts on Gangle. My brain is elsewhere. I'm just happy she exists. She brings me joy.
I love her so much.
I love her so much. Like, but yeah, so if I had to lay down a plot summary for episode 9, once everyone gets all of that out of the way, they're gonna have a talk. They're gonna have to sit down and have a talk about what they're gonna do now. Because they could start conjuring a new world to live in, but there's gonna be limitations on what they can do. Like they can't just make anything. I doubt that they can do that. Specifically because they're all inexperienced. I imagine that in a couple years they'll be able to do literally whatever the fuck they want, as long as it's within the limitations of the software that they're living in. Important distinction. But like, uh, we've seen Caine do some pretty insane shit, so they should be fine. Um, but yeah, that's where we're gonna get the Jax line of "now we have nothing." It's gonna be right at the very beginning of the episode. Where they're all talking to each other about what to do now, and Jax is upset that the circus is gone because the circus was Jax's entire structure for her life. Because you have the circus where everyone hangs out and everyone is their archetypes and interact with each other in very archetypical ways. Except no, they don't. That's just how she views it. Hello, the pie with paws. Welcome. We're predicting episode 9, and that's like the whole structure of like how she views how she views her life. And now that that structure is crumbling around her, both with how people keep breaking archetype and how the circus is now literally gone, like her panic is going to be at its worst. Like we've seen her have panic attacks before, but this is going to be like the worst one. I imagine she's going to have panic eyes for a good chunk of this episode.
Oh yeah.
I saw fan songs from like 1 to 2 years ago that predict. Dude, have you heard All I Am? Because that song was such a nat 20. That shit released before episode 6.
I
That
don't
song
know
is
if I
such a
did.
nat 20 prediction. Yeah. That guy he knew. There's a shot in that animated music video that deadass looks like it came from episode 7 with everyone standing in front of the console, and it was released before that episode came out. That song slaps. And like it's not only just a good song, but it's also like nat 20. Have I heard Happy Place? I don't think so. I've seen it in my Rex, but I haven't listened to it. But yeah, back to episode 9 real quick. But yeah, I feel like Jax at this point is going to start trying to pick up, like, I swear he knew. I'll have to listen to it later. But Jax tries to pick up where Caine left off, pretty much, trying to put structure back into her life and trying to make everyone else play along. Because if they don't, what is there? Because the entire structure of her life is around everyone having these archetypes and everyone falling in to these roles that they're supposed to play, and they're not doing that anymore. So now her entire sense of identity is shattered. So she's trying to pick up the pieces. Like I saw someone talking about some of the shots of Jax from the trailer, and you have like the anime shadow eyes shot, and then you have the one where we can't see her face, but her body is like grisping while everyone is looking at her nervously. And the caption was like, "This is the look of someone whose egg just got shattered." And I have not been able to stop thinking about that because, yeah, there's no going back now. She's gonna try, but they can't. We can't go back now. It's too late. The egg has been cracked. And but this is just going to keep building. The characters are going to keep trying to stop. Like they just want to like figure out their new world that they're in, the limitations they have, the things they can do now that Caine is gone, and just try and mess around in this environment and experiment with it, basically playtesting it to see what they can do. And Jax is going to keep interfering. She's going to be the most like she was in the pilot episode that she's been in the series for a while, because she's trying to slip back into that role, and she might even get more cruel with it than usual. We'll see what happens and what direction they go, because again, she's lashing out to ignore the mental shit. externalize the problem so you don't have to worry about what's going on internally. And then this Kinger is just going to be feeling a massive amount of guilt because to him, like, I feel like we're going to get more information on how Queenie abstracted in this episode, and if I'm right in that they had like a falling out where, you know, Kinger, maybe she and Kinger had an argument and Kinger said some shit that made Queenie feel like he doesn't appreciate her anymore, and that was like her final straw, and then she abstracted. That makes two people that Kinger would feel directly responsible for the deaths of, and that's gonna break him. And so he's gonna be working tirelessly to try to bring Caine back, not only for the guilt, but also just because, you know, Caine didn't deserve that shit. And if there's any chance that Kinger can recover Caine from the recycling bin, he's gonna take it. But, you know, the main issue is that the computer fell through the fucking floor, so Kinger can't do that immediately. They have to find a new computer or they have to conjure one somehow, which might take a while, depending on either if they have to conjure it, they have to get good at conjuring, and if they have to find one, they have to go find one. Who knows where another computer is? I'm guessing probably conjure, because that would be more thematically satisfying than just finding another one, but I digress. It depends. But then, you know, while they're trying to find Caine, or while Kinger is trying to find a computer to bring back Caine, Jax is still losing her mind, just trying to force everything back into the way it was before, trying to shove all of this back into this tiny little box that just cannot be put back into this box. The locks on the box have broken, Jax. You can't put it back in there. She's trying anyway, and it's going to manifest in her basically deciding to abstract, being like, I can't do this. And, you know, this is important. She has not, like, she is not, they have not found the abstractions yet. I feel like that's going to be another part of this episode, is that they need to go find the cellar and find the abstractions, because they're still down there. And we see in the poster, we can see some eyes from the abstractions kind of peeking through. That might be foreshadowing for Jax, but it might also just be the abstractions literally still trapped in the cellar, that need help getting out. And like I said before, I don't think they can bring back the abstractions. I think they could just help them feel peace. But that's still more than nothing. So that has not occurred yet. That's going to happen closer to the end, I think. And before that, Jax has her whole mental breakdown where she almost abstracts and then everyone's able to bring her back from it. And she realizes, like, oh, I need to transition. I'm not a boy, I'm a girl. And I can't keep living like I'm a boy because it's destroying me. And she's forced to confront that reality. However, the show's gonna do it. I imagine there's gonna be a lot of horror when we get to that part, and I'm very excited for it. We'll see. And one second. No, he did not deserve death. I know that he didn't say wait because he was being deleted. It's because he realized what he was doing was wrong. Exactly! Right as he realized that, he's like, oh wait, shit, I fucked up. He got deleted! My poor boy! Like,
He deserves a second chance.
he deserves a second chance so bad. They're not gonna do that to him. They're not gonna do that to him. I refuse. But yeah, so Jax has a near death experience with abstraction. They're able to bring her back from the brink, but she is still very close until she's able to reunite with the abstractions. They find the abstractions, are able to open up the cellar, and then once they do that, they're able to, they're able to bring the abstractions back out and find a way to calm them down. And I think it was Cassie that had this idea, of maybe an abstraction charging directly at Kinger and then Kinger shutting his eyes and just being like, ah, and getting ready to be hit, only to not be, because the abstraction stops and kind of looks at him. And then they're able to calm each other down, and it becomes clear that that's Queenie. And that they, like, found each other again. Because again, okay, to reiterate, I do not think that the abstractions can be saved, because it's like, their mind files got corrupted. So the file is still there on the computer, it's just not able to be opened. And so they can't be the people they were before, because their files literally are unopenable. Like, you can't interact with them anymore. But you can still bring them you can still bring those corrupted files peace and help them relax. I feel like that's what we're going to have with the abstractions, is to just kind of help them, like help them like take a breath and have a more peaceful existence outside the cellar. And once that happens, Jax can be reunited with Rivet and Kaufmo as well, in the same way that Kinger was reunited with Queenie. And now that Jax, like, again, they're not exactly who they used to be. It's not the same, but at least they're still there. And I feel like that's going to mean something to her. And so then she's going to be more willing to give it a shot, because if these abstractions still like her and want to be around her, then she's going to give life another shot. And that will be her final pushing motivator to start actually transitioning, because that is what Rivet and Kaufmo would have wanted. They would have wanted her to be happy, even if they were all mad at each other and had this massive falling out. They wouldn't want her to join them. They wouldn't want her to be miserable. So she, encouraged by these abstraction versions of her friends, whether they know it or not, she decides to take that final step and transition. But if Caine is deleted, doesn't that mean that the cellar is out of control? Not necessarily. Because, okay, I do not know how 3D renders of maps work, but I am working on making my own fan game in RPG Maker. And the way that it's set up in RPG Maker, again, probably different for different types of game creation software. I actually have no idea. This is just my own experience with a very archaic software. But different rooms are set up in completely different files. And the way that you access one or the other is you can set up events that have, like, when the player touches them, you teleport. Or you have to, like, click a button and then you teleport into, like, another map. So the cellar isn't necessarily part of the circus. It's just another file that until now only Caine knew how to open. But now that we can conjure, we could theoretically just conjure a way into the cellar. So the cellar isn't directly attached to the circus itself, like it's not below. Because we see that below the circus is just the void. Like the cellar isn't actually under the circus. It's in its own separate file. So once we figure out how to access it, then we can go in there and like get all the abstractions. Um, and then once we do that, and Jax's arc starts to wrap up a bit, now the big part, we have to go find Caine. So, because again, I do not think that Caine is gonna die. I don't think he's gonna die for real, for real. He did not deserve that shit. So the last little bit of this episode is gonna be about like pulling Caine back out of the recycling bin. And Caine is just going, I feel like we're finally going to see Caine cry here. Because it's been alluded to, like, he's fake cried before, but I don't think he's actually shed real tears. And that is something that a non sentient AI would not do in this situation. Because if Caine wasn't sentient, he would just go back to same old that he's always been doing. But as we see in episode 8, he is sentient. Like, he had that whole crash out because he's trying to get the humans to like him and they don't. That's not something that an AI would want if it was just following orders. Because AI only do what you program them to do and react how you want them to react based on prompts. That's not what Caine is doing. Caine is actively making his own decisions, trying to get close to the other characters. Like right here, this whole therapy session thing, like, here, Zubul, what's going on with you? Please tell me, we don't want to hurt Bubbles' feelings. Like, if he was just an AI, he would, like, that was just non-sentient, he would have not cared about deflecting right there and would have just said, don't hurt my feelings. The fact that he specifically put it on Bubble, who is a part of him, but the other characters don't know that, shows a level of self-consciousness that indicates sentience. So he is sentient, he is alive, he did not deserve to get deleted, and once they bring him back, he deserves to have a really good cry about it. It's just the thing is, his main character flaw is that he doesn't listen to other people. Like he thinks he's listening. He thinks he's like doing what they want, but he's only listening to them on his own terms about like, what do you want for the adventures? My adventures. I will change my adventures to appeal to what you want because I want you to like me. It's still ultimately about Caine. It's not about the others. And that's what Caine needs to learn. He needs to learn how to genuinely listen to the others, learn what they want, and then see if he can help them achieve that. Because like with Zubal's whole swapping body parts thing, that's not the issue. The issue isn't that they like can't swap out parts, because they can. The issue is that they hate the body they've been given, and the swapping out parts isn't helping with that. It's just reinforcing the part about themselves that they fucking hate. And Caine can't understand that. He's not listening. So that's going to be his major thing that he needs to overcome. And yeah, everyone thinks it's just an AI would an AI be that mad and be that guilty? Sometimes he is really stubborn. Like I've used AI. No AI would be like Caine. Exactly. Like Caine experiences emotions quite vividly. He just doesn't really know what to do with them. Because like we were joking about this earlier, but Caine is literally neurodivergent and a minor. Obviously, he's not a child. He's ageless because he is an AI. He presents as an adult, but like he has one of those like little dentist toy things in his office. like, he's struggling with emotion like a neurodivergent child who doesn't understand why the adults are all mad at them. I don't think deleting him permanently is a good way to end his arc when they're making draws to that. Like, he's dumb and is the best ever. You get me. My baby. But yeah, so they're gonna bring back Caine. He deserves to have a good cry about it. Maybe even lash out again. But then he also needs to realize, like, you don't listen. That was the main thing that Pomni said. And then that led into the torture sequence, which then made Caine realize, wait, what am I doing? Like, I think at that point, he's gotten to a point in his arc where he can change because he had that moment of, wait, what am I doing? Because again, the line he says where he's like, wait, that wasn't in reaction to him being deleted. That was in reaction to him being like, oh my god, what have I done? Pomni was too hard on him. Maybe. She was frustrated. It was warranted because I feel like in that case, Caine is all powerful. This is why Caine needed to die, and that it was necessary for both his arc and the other characters, is because he is basically just a child throwing a tantrum. He's so spinel core. Yeah, wow, no wonder I like him. Like, he basically is just a child throwing a tantrum, and that would be fine, except the child controls literally everything. This is why, like, in the Owl House, with the Collector, same thing with them. They're an all-powerful god who has the mentality of a 7-year-old and no parental supervision. This is a bad combination. Like, but also we can't just kill the Collector. They're a child and don't understand what they're doing. They don't even know what death means. Caine doesn't know what death means. He just sees the humans abstract and then they don't go back to normal and they stop listening to him and he's just like, oh, I guess I can't play with you anymore. Okay. And then he just puts them in the cellar. Like a child. He doesn't understand. So that's the thing. He presents as an adult. He kind of talks like an adult, but that's just because that's how he's programmed. When it comes to his actual mentality, he's a lot closer to a child. He does not understand the ramifications of his actions, and he doesn't understand these complex adult conversations that these humans are trying to have with him. And so his arc is going to be part like him actually trying to mature, and part of him maturing is learning how to actually listen to other people and change his behavior for other people, because it can't just be about Caine all the time. It can't just be about Caine and his adventures. It can't just be about how much he wants to love them, because if he doesn't listen to them, then it doesn't matter how much he loves them. It's not going to matter because he's hurting them. And to love someone is to not hurt them. Or if you do hurt them, it's to listen to why they're hurt and go, I'm sorry, I'll try to change and be better. Which is a childish arc. But that's where we're at. That's what he needs. Because he basically is a child with an adult coat of paint. Because it's really, like, he's an AI. He's an AI and he's not supposed to be able to change. So for the past 20 years, he just hasn't. But he's capable of change. He just needs to make that choice for himself. And he wasn't programmed to do that. So making that choice is difficult. But he's at a point now that he's been deleted, where he can. But at the same time, like in my episode 9 prediction, the reason that I waited so long to bring back Caine is because the humans need to sort out their own shit first. Like, his arc is childish, and now that he's in a position where he is ready to listen to them, they can bring him back and have that conversation, and then that'll be that. This is gonna be easy. This is gonna be easy. He might lash out again for a second. He might try to restore the circus back to what it was. He might try to fix everything. But it's gonna be one conversation, and then he's gonna go, "Oh, my bad. I'm sorry." And like, obviously, he has more growth that he will need to go on in the future, but that's the main thing right now, and that'll be a satisfying conclusion to his arc for season 1 of this show. Caine's definitely not going to have as much power as you think he did. I think he won't be rooted into the circus as he was. Maybe? I don't know. Because, like, I don't think it makes sense for him to have that disconnect, because all you're doing is pulling him back out of the recycling bin. In theory, he should go back to doing what he was doing before. It's just, I feel like it would show his growth more if he still has that power and then chooses not to use it, or uses it to help the humans where they need it. I feel like that would be better in this particular instance, because like taking away his powers kind of forces him to listen, but we don't need to do that because he already has realized that he fucked up. So that seems a bit redundant. Yeah, he might be guilty to use his powers. That's a good one. Yeah, I feel like he's gonna have the same power set. He just won't be as willing to use it, or he's gonna use it more responsibly. So in that Ask vlog that I pointed out earlier, for only because I really, really love it, the lover without a heart, in the recycling bin, he doesn't have access to any of his powers because technically his code isn't running. And I love it. He's so upset. But yeah, so yeah, everyone else has got to sort out their own shit first. Jax needs to realize that she needs to transition, and they need to free the abstractions before Caine comes back. Because if Caine comes back before they do that, he's going to try to fix everything and put it right back the way it was. Even if the characters talk to him, he's still going to be confused. It's like, oh, why do you want me to open up the cellar? I mean, there's not really anything you can do with them. I just don't want to. Whereas if you open the cellar beforehand, it kind of forces Caine's hand that even if he puts them all back in, it's clear the humans want them out, and it's a lot harder to ignore. So then he's gonna be more likely to leave the abstractions where they are, once they're out of the cellar. My throat is starting to die. Oh no. Like, so bringing back Caine, I think, is going to be one of the last things that the episode does, and then we can get a bit of a montage of, like, Jax becoming happier, them building their own world together, Caine using his powers much more responsibly, for doing it for good. He can still make adventures, but it would be adventures that the characters could choose to participate in rather than it being more mandatory. Because, like, even if Caine says, like, oh, you can choose not to participate, he still forces them sometimes. Not even just in episode 8, but like with Zubul in episode 4, and a couple other there's been at least one other instance, but I can't remember, of, oh yeah, the entirety of episode 5. Where he's just like, yep, we're doing another one. Everyone get in the portal. Like, so, but yeah, he's been, what?
Please don't die. I just remembered
I'm trying
something.
not to.
It is a bit of a touchy subject again, and it has to involve a mental hospital, if that's okay.
Yeah. Cassie, if you want to deafen for a little bit, you can.
Yeah. And you can always say no too.
Yeah.
What? I zoned out.
So sorry. Just something reminded me of the psych ward, and I wanted to talk about it because I thought it was an interesting connection.
Reminded you of the what?
The
psych ward that I was in.
The site board?
Mental hospital.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, we're saying, like, you can deafen if you want. We'll let you know when to come back.
My social battery is kind of dead, so I think I'm gonna leave the call.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you for joining me. Bye.
Love you, Cassie.
Good night.
Love you.
Good night.
Bye.
No,
Okay.
but yeah, with the adventure thing, um, like in the hospital that I went to, it was not exactly a good place, but it was better than you'd think. And something they would do is they would have mandatory activities throughout the day. Um, and at least in the first time that I went, you would get points. You'd get up to 3 points to get something at the end of the day for participating. Um, and if you didn't participate, you were punished for it by not getting um a point so you could get something at the end of the day. And I just I don't understand why they like I get why they would do that. It was just to like get you out of your quote unquote funk. Um and that would work in any other scenario. Um at least for me it would have. But if you said no, they wouldn't pull a, okay, you're not gonna get a point, but that's fine. They would be like, come on, you have to do this. 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 And that's a very similar thing that's happening in the circus where it's like, you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this. And it's you can't just deny it. And it's a
Yeah.
very immature way of going about things. In my opinion at least.
Oh yeah, for
Um,
sure.
if
It's like if
if
someone
say
already feels like shit and then you try to force them to do something they don't want to do, you're just gonna make them feel worse.
yeah, um, like I'd get it if it were like some reserve that you weren't forced to go to, but you did you went to because you knew that you were going downhill and you needed a break from life. Okay, I get that. But everyone there was forced into this. Everyone there was forced to come here. Everyone there was terrified because it's a psych ward. Um, and I could see that a lot in the Amazing Digital Circus because they're terrified. This is something new. They don't know if they're ever gonna get home. They don't know if they're gonna be hurt. They don't know these people. What are they gonna do to them? And it's being run by someone who doesn't fully understand what you're going through. And that's a terrifying thing to experience. Because if they don't understand what you're going through and they don't understand how serious it is, and they don't take you seriously, then how are you supposed to get better? How are you not going to be left with everlasting trauma even if you do get out of here? How are you ever going to go
Yeah.
back to your normal life and be able to do things? But yeah, that was just my point.
Yeah. Excellent point. Thank you.
I shall shut up again.
But yeah, so that's I foresee an ending montage where everyone is able to slowly get happier. I'm gonna make a little bit of a character prediction roll here. We'll see what I get. Um I do not think Jax and Gangle are gonna be friends by the end of this.
I hope not.
Because Jax has hurt Gangle specifically so much. Like, even if Jax does transition and becomes a better person for it, Gangle does not owe her forgiveness.
Yeah, I hope it's something similar to that one scene in BoJack Horseman where BoJack goes I've never seen BoJack Horseman, I just know this scene and it resonates with me deeply. Um but BoJack's going to his friend who's dying of cancer. Um and he outed this friend for being gay in the 80s. He lost his job because of it. Not BoJack, the friend. Um and he goes to apologize and the friend goes, I don't forgive you. And Bojack's all confused about it because he's like, I'm apologizing, that's what you're supposed to do. And the friend is like, no, I don't forgive you because you're only doing this to make yourself feel better. You're only doing this because the guilt was eating you up inside, knowing that you couldn't get my forgiveness before I died. You couldn't get that solace before I died. I'm not giving you that because I don't forgive you. I hope it's something like that. Like it's nice
Oh,
to make
yeah.
amends, but I do not forgive you.
I
You've
agree.
hurt me too much.
Yeah, you've hurt me too much. We can exist in the same space, but that doesn't mean that we can be friends.
Yeah.
So I do think that if this show were to get renewed for a second season, there is potential there for Jackson Gangle to kind of get close again. But as said previously, I don't think this show is gonna get a second season just because of like the fucking fandom and how mentally draining it's been for Gooseworks to
I feel so bad for
interact with the fandom. Dude, that whole drama with Ragatha not being a main character was so stupid.
Yeah, like, it's not
Guys,
your
what
fucking
are we
show.
doing? What are we doing? It's like when
Yeah.
Dana Terrace was called a transphobe because Frankie uses masculine names in Knights of Guinevere, and they're like, "Oh, is she trans?" And Dana's like, "No, she's not. You can headcanon that though. That's awesome." And then everyone started calling her transphobic about it.
And then
Hello,
they
what are
brought
we
in the
doing?
voice actor thing. They brought in the voice actor thing.
Yeah,
And this is something that truly baffles me as a trans person who voice acts. I've gone to
same.
friends before and been like, "Hey, I know that I do not sound like a man. You can cast me as a woman and I will be completely fine with it."
Dude, one of my favorite roles I've ever played was my high school's production of Clue on Stage. I was Miss White. I would kill to do that again. Her role was so much fun.
No, like
I
being
love having a
trans,
mental breakdown.
you can yeah, but like being trans, you can play whatever role you want. So what? It like yeah, it depends on
Literally.
the actor's
Like
comfortability, but the actress
Zubal's
came out and
Zubal's
said, "No,
VA.
I'm used to this. This is fine."
Yeah, like Zubal's VA is cis and Ragatha's VA is non-binary. Should we have
No one threw a
swapped
fuss
their
about
voices
Ragatha.
then? Huh?
Yeah. They do sound
Yeah,
very
like
similar when they're talking like normally, actually.
yeah. But like should we have like just swapped their VAs then, obviously, to make the non-binary person play a non-binary character? Is that all we're allowed to do?
And then
I don't
same with
like that.
Gooseworks playing Bubble, who uses I don't know what pronouns Bubble uses.
He
Bubble
him,
uses all
pretty
pronouns
much.
to me.
Bubble is just a thing that exists. Bubble is he it to me. Isn't Zubul undefined? Zubul only uses they them from what I've seen, but they are
No,
implied to be
Zubul uses all
genderqueer.
pronouns.
Oh, they do?
Zubul uses all pronouns according to Goose, I
Okay, so
believe.
I have not seen that post from Goose. I just know
Yeah.
like from the show I've only heard them being used they them for them.
Yeah, typically they them is the standard for the show, but they use any pronouns.
Okay,
Like
that's
they're
good to know.
unbothered by getting called she her, but you know something I never see? Them being called he him. We should call
Huh.
Zubul he him more.
Because like I thought it actually that they actually did use they he until I couldn't find any evidence for that, and I was like, oh, it must just be they them.
No, I'm pretty sure it's any.
Huh. I don't think I've ever heard any pronouns. They get referred to with they them a couple times in the show.
Hold on.
It's
I
not
could
super often
check.
because they
I could
mostly
check
just
on the
call them by their
wiki. I
name.
don't know.
They're a non-binary character. I'm sure someone's got a citation list of every time they've been called by their pronouns.
Yeah, any
Okay, this
pronouns and
okay.
citations. Uh,
Because I know in the Deltarune fandom,
yeah,
if you go on the
Gooseworks
Chris
said
Dreamers page, there are so many fucking citations for their pronouns.
yeah, Gooseworks said I think Zubul's are pretty alright with any pronouns.
Good for
And I
them.
can send you
Okay.
the link to that too.
Yes, please. Okay. Oh, we're just gonna start in the middle of the pilot. That's fine. At Jax's kick the cat moment. Hi, checkers. Speaking of cats, hi. Oh, hello. Do you not want to be held right now? Okay. Goodbye. But yeah, so Zubul, okay. My throat is
Yeah,
starting to give
Zubul is
out, so I'm gonna
undefined.
wrap this stream up.
Okay. Zubul is undefined, but they use any pronouns.
Okay. Good to know. Yeah, my voice is giving out, and I've been chewing on my tongue, so it's kind of getting numb.
Do not chew on your tongue, twin.
I'm sorry. So I'm gonna really quick, I'm just gonna say what I think is gonna happen with each of the characters to round out their arcs in the last episode. I've already said, but the plot prediction is gonna be this is the character section, and any other things I would like to see. And then I think we're gonna call it a night. Unless Mud also wants to take a turn after I am done.
I might. I'm on and off reading, though.
Okay. So first up we have Jax. Obviously she needs to transition. So she's gonna go a little bit mad, trying to hold her sense of identity together, and her sense of identity is rooted within the circus, which means keeping the circus together, which is not gonna end very well for her, because you can't, because everyone has grown past the circus and no one else wants to be there except for Jax, who doesn't even really want to be there either. It's just the one thing that she's trying to cling to because it's the one thing she's used to. And when she realizes she can't do that, she's going to start to abstract. Everyone else can pull her back, and then after that, she's able to. And she decides she's going to give it another shot. Then they free the abstractions. She sees Kaufmo and Ribbit and goes, "They wouldn't want me to do this. They would want me to be happy." And then slowly starts to like come out of the closet and transition. And by the end of the show, she's going to have fully adapted. Oh my god. But by the end of the show, she's gonna have fully adapted to her trans feminine identity, even if she still is getting used to it, and she's gonna be a lot happier for it. She's probably still gonna suck as a person, but that's okay. At least she's happier about it now.
I don't even know about that. I think she might become a better
she's gonna
person
be
now that she
still
knows who
be
she
a
is.
jerk, but in like a more lovable way than she was doing, like less bullying and more
Yeah.
playful teasing.
Yeah.
Like when I say she's still gonna suck, I mostly say that as a joke. Okay. Ragatha. Ragatha, I think, her whole thing is that she's a massive people pleaser who doesn't take time for herself but wants to be close with other people. She needs to be more genuine, which she has been doing. You know, there was when she snapped at Jackson Pomni in episode 5. There was in episode 6
love
where she
that
had that whole
scene.
talk with that whole talk with Kinger. And in these previous couple of episodes, she's been a massive advocate for just sticking together. She needs to resolve her issues with Pomni. Because she still has so much resentment for Pomni. She just needs to be honest. They need to sit down and have a conversation. And it looks like that's what they're gonna do. Because there was that shot in the trailer where I think it was Pomni reaching out to Ragatha. So it looks like Ragatha's gonna be able to actually talk to Pomni, have a bit of a breakdown, and then Pomni's gonna be like, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that." Because she hasn't apologized for abandoning Ragatha yet. It's just something they've both been ignoring. So that's gonna happen where she needs to let it out. She needs to let herself be mad at the people she wants to get close to, because the fact that she's not letting herself be mad at them is actively getting in the way of forming a genuine connection with them. And then once she does that, she's going to be a lot happier. And she's going to be able to like find her place within this new world, being a more authentic version of herself that's still happy but not afraid to get sad or angry, because that's really what she needs. She needs to be able to be assured that getting angry won't get her in trouble or have negative consequences. Like people aren't going to hate her for snapping at them one time when she's under stress, because she already did that once and Pomni still doesn't hate her. She's fine. So she just needs to take that step consciously, and then she'll be good. Gangle. Gangle, I believe, for episode 9. I'm not entirely sure. Like I said, Gangle is the one I have the least amount of thoughts about. I'm sorry, I'm just happy she exists. So I'm not entirely sure where this is gonna leave her arc, but I do think that it's gonna be something to do with her masks. I don't think she's gonna still have her comedy tragedy mask gimmick by the end of the series. I think something about that's gonna change, because there's that shot in the trailer where she has the plastic mask back on for some reason. Um, that scares me. Why is that there? So I don't know what to make of that one. Gangle expert. Actually, Mud, Gangle is one of your blorbos. What do you think is gonna happen?
Gangle is my Blorbo. And something about her arc is not only accepting that she needs to push Jax away despite her fears, because this is an abusive situation, um, she also needs to learn that it's okay to feel down. And that was lightly touched on in episode 4, because, she threw the mask away and she let herself cry, but she died almost immediately after, and that shock got to her, so she couldn't truly process how it's okay to be sad, and it's okay to struggle with your mental health, and it's okay to have these symptoms that you don't fully understand. Um, because she doesn't know why the happy and sad masks do what they do. Um, and again, in the gun episode, I forgot what it's called. Um, she let
Gone
herself be
episode?
happy, and the gun episode when they shoot,
Oh, I was
they
gonna
all
say
have guns.
they all get guns.
Yes, they all have guns. Um, she she's smiling even with her sad mask, so she's truly embracing her feelings rather than letting them control her. Um, and that is where her arc is. She feels her feelings but doesn't let them control her.
I
Is
like
all I gotta
that.
say on her.
Yeah, okay, I like that. I think that fits. Okay, then Zubul. Zubul, okay, I've already tapped on this before, but I feel like now that they can conjure different bodies, I feel like Zubul's probably gonna appear more humanoid after this, and less like an amalgamation of children's toys. Um, and I do think they're still gonna be able to swap out parts as they want, but now they can just conjure that. They don't have to do like the whole actual swap gimmick. They can just create new limbs, new outfits, however they see fit. They could create polydactyly on themselves and cosplay as Ford if they want to. Like, um, and I feel like that would help a lot because like I'm gonna be so pissed if Jax abstracts. Me too. Like
No, same. That I don't think that
like
would
I
do
said,
well
I
with
had
the
a whole
arc.
section in this video where I said I do not think that's going to happen. It would go against all of the themes of the show, character wise, narrative wise, meta wise, and thematically. So I just don't think that's going to happen. Um, and if it does happen, there better be a damn good reason why. Like, um, yeah, back to Zubul though. Like to me, I just think that they're already pretty good because their whole arc is learning how to love themselves. And they already have grown to like that they can swap out parts whenever they want. So now they just need they need better parts to work with. And they can just conjure that. They can just conjure that. So their whole
I have
outfit, their
something to
whole
say.
entire design is probably about to change, but the swapping parts gimmick is going to stay. That's my prediction
I
for
have
them.
something to say. I have something to say about Zubul. I
Hi.
disagree.
Oh.
I think, like, yeah, I get the whole body part, but I think that their arc isn't finished. They don't talk about their feelings. They had that therapy session with Caine, and that was about it. And they briefly mentioned that they've talked about it before, but they are unbelievably isolated, and that is what their issue is. They
Oh,
they're
true.
always in their room, they're always avoiding adventures, they're always avoiding the entire group, and Gangle got them to open them up. So
Oh,
they
true.
need to their arc is going to close up by them opening up to Gangle about how they hate themselves so much because of how their body looks and how they hate everything that they've come to and how they feel so unfinished despite how far they've come, despite how hard they're trying. And we got a brief glimpse of that last episode where they sat down at the couch with Gangle and hugged her. We need more of that for them
Strategy is
because
so fucking canon.
I love ABSTRAGEDY.
Strategy.
But they're very, very closed off. They're very guarded, and it especially shows in their relationship with Jax because of how quickly they snap and how they behave with the others. While comparing it, because there's not really much of a change. They still quickly snap, but they just seem so tired and not enough effort is being put into their interactions. So when they finally open up, that effort is going to go back into their interactions and less focus on their body.
Oh, okay.
That's
I
my
really
theory,
like
at
that.
least.
Okay. Never mind, yours is more based than me.
I'm honored. Bowing. I'm a Zulu
Maybe
reader.
it's a mix of both, actually.
Oh, absolutely, I could see that. Because they need to
Hell
come
yeah.
to terms with their body, and the
Like, you can
dysphoria that it
conjure
causes,
whatever
whether
you
that
want.
be
If you hate your body,
yeah.
just turn it into something else.
That's the thing though, because I think
As I
Goose
don't
would
want it
use
to
the real life
undermine, and
limitations. I
yeah, I
think
don't
Goose
want
would
it
use
to
like
undermine the message of their arc by having them just do whatever they want. So there should still be something there, which is why I think they would still
yeah.
keep the swapping parts gimmick because they've grown to like that about themselves. It's
Yeah,
just
and even
the
then,
toy
I don't
box
think
look.
they'd ever be satisfied. I don't think they'd ever be satisfied with their body,
Yeah,
at
which is why
least
you know
in this
swapping parts
world.
is good. Yeah,
Yeah. So they can keep trying until they feel at least a little comfortable, and then yada yada yada.
and then in a week from now they feel uncomfortable again, so they're like, all right, time to try something new.
Yeah.
This is such a good metaphor for someone who's like gender fluid or gender queer. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Just keep putting on different shoes until you find one that's good, and then in a week from now, after walking around in it, you realize it's bad again. Swap to a different shoe. Like you have the
But it
power.
is a very yeah, the thing is it's a very complex theme to do.
Yeah.
I will be right back.
Okay. While he is gone, I'm going to move to my boy Kinger next because I love him a lot, and I'm saving Pomni for last. um, but with Kinger, he has skeletons in his closet, dude. Like I was talking about earlier, that it seems like with the way that he talks about Queenie and the way that he remembers her, and he remembers her fondly, but like with this air of sadness and regret and guilt. That whole line about how the worst thing you can do in this world is make someone feel like they're not wanted or loved. He spoke that shit from the heart right after talking about how his wife abstracted. What happened? And then then he accidentally deleted Caine. So that's another person that's died on his watch that he feels guilty and responsible for. So his whole thing in this last episode is going to be trying so hard to make up for it by finding Caine, possibly trying to cure the abstractions, realizing he can't cure the abstractions, but he can bring back Caine. And then, have we seen Kinger's room? I don't think so. I cannot recall seeing Kinger's room. But once he's able to bring back Caine and he realizes he can't bring back Queenie, he's gonna put that energy kind of I don't want to say he's gonna do what he's always done, and just keep putting that energy towards helping other people because I do think he's gonna keep doing that. But I will feed my cats as soon as the stream is done. Okay. My alarm just went off. But for Kinger, I think what he's gonna wind up doing is realizing that he how do I words this? Hold on. Um, that by not really talking about what happened and keeping it to himself has been hurting him negatively. The fact that no one even knew that being in the darkness makes Kinger lucid again until the previous episode when Pomni told them? Buddy, we could have solved so much shit so long ago. He's holding on to so much guilt, but he's just not talking about it. And it's just he's using that energy to try to help others, which is good. But also you should talk about it still. You should tell everyone what's going on, what happened and why you're doing what you're doing. just be open with people and be like, yeah, this is what happens when X, Y, and Z, and I know that because ABC. And just also
For
opening
moral
up
of the
to people
story,
about
talk
that.
to your friends.
Yeah, moral of the story, community is important. Holy shit. Um, and then, that brings me to Pomni. Her arc, there's a video that goes into her arc, and it's so well done. It's so subtle. Hello, Checkers. Why are you yelling at me? He's hungry, that's why. But it's so well done and so subtle. Like you don't even notice it, but like she goes from he's kind of cuckoo bananas. I would get it if he doesn't understand. It's important to talk about that stuff. Okay, but like I think that him being like that a lot of the time is just reinforcing a thing he already was doing. Because he was semi-lucid when Ragatha appeared in the circus. Like that was not he's not always been like this. He's getting progressively worse. And he could very easily tell someone, like, oh, I want to go in the dark. Because we could see from episode 7 that's something that he does want, even when he's not lucid. He could easily tell them, like, hey, I want to go to a dark place. And then when they take him to dark place, he can then get lucid enough to tell them what's going on. I believe he has the power to do this. It's just that, that's not his number one priority because he's focusing on others rather than himself. He's like not thinking about himself on purpose. And this last episode, he needs to change that. I feel like he's got to be the character that changes the least because Kinger is already pretty set, if that makes sense. Like, really, the biggest thing with him is just the skeletons in his closet that he's running away from. So, but he's kind of already done the work in confronting them. I feel like it's just a matter of him being more honest with everyone else about what happened. Because again, if he said all this shit sooner, things could have gotten better way sooner. Like this is why they had to nerf him. This is because if he was still lucid, all this shit would have been solved before Pomni got here. Um, but yeah, so on to Pomni herself. Um, her arc, she goes from in episode 1, she's panicking and very self-centered, not selfish, just self-centered. Who wouldn't be? She was panicking. Episode 2, we see more that she's kind of like she still doesn't want to believe that this is real, but grounds herself through Gummy Goo of this is real, but that's okay because I have a friend. And then when Gummy Goo dies, she realizes, oh, I do have a friend. It's just not him. It's everyone else in the circus because we do care about each other. And if I were to abstract, which is her number one fear, because to her, abstraction is losing your mind. If I were to abstract, I don't mean nothing. Because that's her thing. That's her whole thing, right? Is that she doesn't want to feel like she's nothing. We thought she was just talking to Gummy Goo in episode 2. It turns out that was actually the core of her character. Whoops, good writing. um, she doesn't want to feel like she's worthless. She doesn't want to feel like she's secondary to anyone, which is so reflected in her design. Jesus Christ, how did it take us so long to pick up on this? And episode 2 showed her that, oh, you're not. If you do abstract, everyone will remember you. That's something. And then, episode 3, we get the worst thing you can do is make someone feel like you don't like them or want them around. And then she apologizes to Ragatha about how she's been dealing with her this whole time, which was very needed. She didn't apologize specifically for this whole incident, but she did just say, I haven't been appreciative of you, and I'm sorry. Which is, again, something. Still not everything, but that is something. And then episode 4, she tries the talking to someone tactic again on Gangle, but that's not what Gangle needs. Gangle just needs help. So then she decides to offer to close for her at the end of her shift, and then that's the thing that helps Gangle not abstract, because she was very close. So that's the thing that wound up helping. And then episode 5, she's mostly just getting closer to all the other people now. She's getting closer to Jax. Episode 6, she lets loose, basically. And her development in this episode is showing that, like, she, the whole talking thing isn't going to work on Jax either. It's like she's beating bosses in a video game, except that video game is talking people down. And Jax is like the final boss for that. episode 6, it just does not work. We're getting a lot of Rivet and Kaufmore lore next episode. Oh, I know. I'm well aware. I just, like I said at the beginning of the stream, I'm sorry, but I do care about Rivet and Kaufmo, but I care about Queenie more. I'm sorry. Like, I'm gonna be excited whenever they show up. Do not get me wrong, but I'm gonna be more excited if they show more of Queenie. um, I'm getting, yeah. But then, yeah, episode 7. Episode 7, Pomni kind of does a little bit of a character regression, where she knows the right thing to do is to tell Kinger about what's going on, but she doesn't. And because she doesn't tell Kinger about what's going on, everything with the adventure is allowed to continue to happen. And then episode 8, she's kind of come full circle, where she doesn't get distracted by anything else. She's going to help Kinger get rid of Caine, or not get rid of him, but like put him to sleep, get into his code and try and fix him. She's the one that provokes Caine. She's the one who is selfless and decides to take a beating to keep Caine distracted to make sure that Kinger can do what he needs to do. So where does that leave episode 9? Episode 9 is when she is going to unite everybody together as one unit, including Jax. Because like I said, why am I so hyped for Ribbit? Why am I like this? Because Ribbit is interesting as hell. You are valid as fuck. You know, she's just not on my mind all the time. I get why they're on everyone else's minds though, because Ribbit is very cool. Also, I like their character design a lot. She looks really cool. But yeah, so for Pomni, I see Pomni kind of completing her arc by becoming everyone's, like, the person that ties everybody together. She's going to be the one that leads the charge in pulling Jax away from the edge. Like, if in that what Cassie was saying, like if Jax goes and jumps into the void or something, maybe he goes to try, and then Pomni going through like the glitchiness in her hand that made her run away from Ragatha the first time, powers through it and just holds on to Jax as much as she can, and everyone else grabs on behind her and they all drag Jax back up. And because Caine isn't here to snap away that pain, she's just gonna live with that pain forever until Caine gets here and is able to snap that pain away. Unless she can just figure out how to do it herself, but I feel like that would undermine that a little bit. So Caine can do that when Caine gets back. I'm wondering how Pomni and the others got into the circus. I don't think that super matters, but my own theory is Soma theory, that like their bodies are still out walking around as normal people who just kind of put on a headset and then nothing happened and they were like, okay, that was weird, and then they left. And other digital copies are freaking out. Checkers, come here. Checkers. Hi, what are you doing? Oh, kitty. All right. Hi, buddy. I know you're mad at me. It's okay. But yeah, so then that's Pomni. She's gonna be the one that's gonna bring everybody together. And then you're right, she was really harsh to Caine. So I think she and Kinger are gonna be the two that are gonna lead the apology to Caine and kind of help him um realize what he's doing wrong and help him learn how to grow. Which brings me back to Caine. Caine is the last one, I lied. Where Caine is going to get brought back and immediately just break down because he deserves to have a breakdown at this point. He just needs to start crying. He needs to let it out. And the people in the circus need to hear him and hear how like he's trying and he doesn't understand why no one's not listening to him. And then they can be like, we are listening to you. We hear you. It's just you're not listening to us either. And here's why. And then Caine can be like, oh, I see. And then from there, he can just learn how to, this is the start of a longer arc for him, where he can learn how to be a better person that listens to people and generally is just more helpful and more of a relationships are a two-way street kind of a deal rather than what he's been doing. And that's where all the characters are going to get left off. And then they're all going to live in their own little village where Caine can create adventures and they can choose to partake in them or not. And if no one does, that's okay. There's other things that Caine can be doing around here. Jack's transitions, and it's going to be an overall happy ending. It's just, they can't escape. That's going to be the bittersweet part. Is that they can't escape the circus. They're all stuck here. But just because they're stuck here doesn't mean that they can't make a good life. Because to me, the circus represents our own world. All of us are stuck here. None of us asked to be put in this circus. All of us are just kind of dealing with it. We have these people in our lives that we clash with, that we can't necessarily get away from. And we, especially in this economy, in this day and age, where none of us can buy anything, we have to choose between eating and paying rent. We can't afford anything. We're probably not going to be able to afford our own housing. We're just controlled by these people above us. Like, to me, obviously that's why it really, really speaks to everything. Absolutely ridiculous and amazing if they made an apology. So this fucking Stand
Pull
Wrong
out the
song
ukulele.
with Caine singing.
It's been a while
The
since you saw my
fucking-
face. I'm so sorry, my meowing
the
milkmaids.
toxic gossip train. Chugging down the tracks of misinformation. Except it's
I
an
hate
actual
how I was
apology.
hyper fixated on that. I hate
This
that I
song
was hyper
is so
fixated on that for a bit.
unreasonably catchy. I hate you, Colleen. Um, but yeah. So Caine needs to apologize, realize where he's going wrong, and then start trying to fix it. Which is why I think he's gonna keep all of his powers. Because if they nerf him, that kind of undermines that a little bit. And also this just doesn't make sense from a how computers work standpoint. Unless the longer he's in the garbage pan, the more little bits of code get deleted. But again, I don't think that's how that works. So he's probably fine. I think he's just asleep. Either he's in there freaking the fuck out or he's asleep. I for my own sanity, I'm gonna assume he's asleep. So,
What if he's dissociating?
he's just staring into nothingness in there.
Yeah, like he's conscious but not fully.
So he can, because then he can think over everything.
Yeah, and it eats him up inside.
How dare you? I need to once again, Bud. You need to check out the Lover Without a Heart ask blog because it takes place in the recycling bin as Caine's just vibing in
Ooh.
there, and it's really fucking good. It is so in
Oh
character.
no, I think I have. I think I know about that one.
I've been
Maybe.
reblogging it. So, Buddy, what are you doing?
My Tumblr breaks sometimes and it pisses me off.
Triggers, what are you doing? Okay.
He's eating your socks. That's what he's doing.
He can't be doing that. He can't be doing that. He can't be doing that. Okay, things I would like to see. They should be able to create pets. Can they conjure pets? Can Gango get a cat?
They should be able to conjure. I want Gangle to get a cat.
Gangle should get a cat. She seems like a cat person. And then Pomni seems like a dog person. I think she would like a dog.
I think Pomni would like a hamster or a ferret.
No, wait, you're more right than me. Okay. Jax should get either a tarantula or some type of snake because she's like that.
Oh, I agree. She should get
Kinger would love a
tofu
fish.
specifically.
So true.
Do you know
I
that
know
one
who Tofu
snake that
is.
fucking
Yes,
hates
the one
Markiplier?
that hates
She should
Markiplier,
get-
yeah. She would enjoy tofu very much.
Oh yeah. I enjoy tofu very much, so therefore she would.
You know what? Caine should get a dog.
Caine should get a dog.
Caine should get a dog.
And he should be a beekeeper.
So true. Actually, when this blog opens asks again, I have an ask that I'm planning to shoot over there. That's just like, hey, so I know you like bees, but do you know what this thing is? And then send him a picture of a wasp. I want to know.
Oh god, I can't. I have a bad phobia of bees,
Oh my God.
wasps, and stuff.
Oh my god. Wait. Pie with Paws, you just made me realize something. Caine should totally get a little dog. Dude, his creator was a dog. Scratch was a fucking dog. Oh,
Oh
they
my
have to do
god.
it now. Make it go full circle. Give him a dog, please. Give him a little puppy. Can you imagine if they ever do like a season 2 of Digital Circus and Caine is just running around with this tiny little dog? He's got like a little beagle that can fly and just follows him everywhere.
Oh my god.
That'd be so
A
cute.
beagle. Aha!
Oh my god, I didn't even realize. Oh my god.
I want to roll with the puns tonight. Running out
Fuck
of
yeah.
stream instead of steam. Now this, a beagle.
A beagle.
A
Beagles are
beagle.
so cute.
My mom
But
had a beagle.
yeah, that's really the. My grandma had a beagle. That's really the things that I really would want to see. Oh my god, that would cure me. Same. I would draw so much fan art of these two. But yeah, so that's really all of my predictions there. Cause like it just lines up with the themes of the show and being able to be happy with the life you've been dished out, and now you don't have to take it laying down. And you can go and still make something for yourself, even if it's not the thing that you specifically wanted or set out to have. That doesn't mean you can't achieve nothing. And you can have a happy, fulfilling life, even in a world where nothing really changes. Like if you never go anywhere, though, even then, they still can travel because Caine's adventures still exist. Caine can still make those. He just has to make them not mandatory. Maybe you could be like Jax goes up to Caine one day and he's like, "Hey Caine, I'm feeling in the mood for horror. You got anything?" And Caine's like, "Give me 5 minutes," and then whips up a horror game for him. Or
The
sorry, for
issue I
her. And
see
then
with
anyone who wants to do that can hop in.
the issue I see with selective um adventures is if someone is feeling depressed and it does get to a state of abstraction, how will he be able to stop it? Because then he will feel immense guilt because this is all he can do.
Who, Caine?
That's the issue with that. Yes.
See, that's the thing, is that I don't think it would get to that point again, because the whole point is that everyone is looking out for each other and providing for each other, creating this sense of community. Even if some people don't click with others, it's still everyone is still interwoven with each other into this community where they all got each other's backs. So if someone does start to feel that low again, they can help pull them back out.
Mm.
So
Alright.
theoretically,
But
if
then
someone were to get
but
that
then
low again, then yeah.
there's the situation of Jax. And if they were all connected, there would still be a Jax in this scenario where they push everyone away and they isolate themselves so heavily and they're so bitter about this life no matter what. There will always be that person.
I don't know. Because, I mean, that's just someone you would meet in real life. Because, again, to me, Digital Circus is like a metaphor for real life and like what we are going through right now. So I was gonna list feeding my annoying little cats. You're completely fine. I'm gonna do that as soon as the stream ends. um, because like after this, Jax, I do think that Jax is going to become a lot happier after this. So I don't see her falling into those same roles. Because like she's still gonna be annoying, but it's gonna be in like a cute way this time rather than a bullying everybody way. So with her becoming happier, it would make everyone else happier as well. And it just wouldn't reach that point unless like a newbie joins the circus and they're not content with the lot they've been given, but at that point again, that's I don't know. I feel like that would be antithetical to the show
Yeah,
because you've
like
still been given
I
this
I
lot.
completely agree, but just thinking in hypotheticals right now.
Yeah. Well, that's what fan fiction is for.
Yeah. Like I think what you're saying will happen where there are selective adventures and he does more things that the cast want. But just in the hypothetical scenario that it doesn't work, or that something different happens.
I feel like that's just gonna bad end the entire circus then.
My post-it note is in the way. I'm trying to read.
We should move it then.
No, it's gotta stay there.
Well, this sounds like a you problem.
I'm gonna post-it note you. You're gonna get
Damn.
post-it noted.
Just like Stanford Pines. For real. Wake up with a
Or I'm post-it
sticky note
noting
on
you
my
right
face that just says, "Can we talk?" Like, yeah, I said it at the beginning of the stream. I'm gonna say it again. If you put Ragatha and Stanford Pines in a blender, you would get me as a person.
now.
But yeah, I think I have made a few Digital Circus vids. Most of my content is on Digital Circus. Oh, that's awesome. I'll have to stop by later. Essays. I've been avoiding Digital Circus video essays because I am terrified of this fandom. So many people have bad takes, it's insane. And I
That's great.
enjoy getting mad at videos in a safe environment with friends where I can just be mad and nothing bad happens, but I don't want that to be every time I watch a Digital Circus video, and it feels like that's what happens almost every time I watch a Digital Circus video, is that I get mad. So I've just
No,
been
that's not real.
avoiding it.
Hold on, Dims. I need you to check Discord.
What happened?
Just check the voice chat. Like the actual.
Good fucking grief.
No, I've got my camera on, twin. I'm
Oh,
trying
wait.
to show you something.
I don't see. There we go.
You've been
Oh,
post-it noted, dude.
yay!
You're gonna be my bookmark now.
Oh, that's epic. Okay.
Anyways.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure those are all my predictions and just a couple things that I want to see. Oh, wait, one last thing. The last thing that I want from this show is that episode 9 ends with some new person popping into existence. And then Pomni being like, "Hi!" And then it just cuts to credits.
Oh god.
Give the fandom a new person to just obsess with and paste every personality ever onto as like a season 2 tease that probably never goes anywhere because they're not going to get a season 2, that just leaves stuff up to the imagination and leaves the show on a good note to end on, that like these guys have made a community and anyone else can move into it and it's fine. I think that could be neat and also kind of funny.
It would be.
You know that joke from Pomni, wake up, it's time to go on an adventure, where Caine is like advertising merch, and
Oh yeah.
and Bubble's like,
Oh yeah, I'd be made into a pin if it would be being used for more wacky adventures.
and then he just gets cut off and turned into a pin, and Caine's like, look, this Bubble pin, and then Pomni makes that weird before getting turned into a pin too. Imagine something like that,
I
but at
want
the
the
very
bubble
end of an
pin.
episode where someone pops into existence, and then Pomni's like, huh, and then just cuts to credit.
You know, I could see her doing that. I could absolutely see her doing that. I showed you Little Rutmo. You gotta watch the Darlie Boxman show now.
I did. I was very confused the entire time.
That's the point.
Cool.
It's Michael Kovac, though. It's Michael Kovac. He's fucking everywhere.
Wait, what?
Darlie Boxman is Michael Kovac.
Oh my fucking god.
He's fucking everywhere, dude.
Why is he around the block and back again? What the fuck?
I don't know. He's literally everywhere, though. I say
Remember
this in an
how
affectionate
Caine
way.
in
I
the
love
pilot episode is saying, do you like adventure, horror, or trauma? It's kind of in the order of the series.
Oh my
Oh
god.
yeah. Although every single line in the fucking pilot is foreshadowing for something.
Angel fruitcake?
You parasite. Very funny, since Caine is kind of more the parasite here. My boy, he did all that shit, but he didn't deserve it. Don't make me tap the sign. This is the wrong sign. But yeah, okay, I am starting to run out of steam. Mud, do you have any predictions for episode 9?
No, I think I got it all out of my system. I've moved over to the gayest book I've ever read.
Nice.
I'm only on chapter
Alright,
2.
chat, do you have any predictions for episode 9? Oh my god, this was off center the entire stream, and no one fucking told me?
It was?
What the fuck?
I didn't notice.
There we go. What if there is an angel food cake joke at the end of the Amazing Digital Circus? That would definitely be a very glitch thing to do. I hope so. That could be
Wait,
cute.
why is Jax on my head?
I was wondering what you would notice.
How long has it been like that?
Less than a minute.
Okay. I was reading, dude. I was in the middle of reading my.
Is Jack's that
book, dude.
distracting?
Yes. God.
Okay, so specifically with maid Jax, yeah. Look, Jackson maid dresses are like a male to female stereotype. It is very funny that this happened. Hang on, I love maid Jax so much. Me too. There we go. Okay. Now my setup is complete. It only took me the entire stream to figure it out, but here we go. Beautiful. All right. Any closing thoughts?
Abstragedy, Yuri.
So fucking true.
There's I like POMNI and Ragatha. I like them. You
Yeah,
know
I
what? They
actually
can
don't
have a
really.
polycule with Jax. You have
So
Caine on
true.
your head. I just realized that.
I love him.
Those are my final words.
Yeah. Abstragedy is fucking real. Kinger is everyone's father. He loves all 4 of his daughters. I think it
You
would
saw
be
that
very
post
funny
too?
if literally, yes, I love that post. Just Subo like, I'm not a girl. And Kinger's like, oh, I know. And Jax is just sweating profusely in the background.
Listen, progesterone, gambling.
It makes you better at gambling. Hi. Alright, I think I am dragging this out, so I'm going to go ahead and end stream. Thank you, Mud, for joining me. This has been very fun.
Spoilers.
Thank you, Cassie, also for joining me. He is not here at the moment, but if he rewatches this, he can hear.
Hello.
You lost, by the way. Okay.
What? You lost the
That
game.
was that was aimed at Cassie. Like,
I don't
thank you,
care, you lost
chat,
the game.
for joining me. We've all lost the game now. My bad. Thank you, everyone here. Have a good night. Remember, if Transfem Jax doesn't happen, we are not gonna kill each other or Gooseworks about it. We're just gonna sad ant with Bindle about it, okay? Okay? Be civil. But that said, there's no way it's not gonna happen. I refuse. There's no fucking way. But that's gonna be it for me, guys. You guys have a good one, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. Bye!